If you've ever had your streaming service drop your stream in the middle of it, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, folks. I think we got the technical issues ironed out. We do have some stuff going on this morning that we're going to break down. Scott Redler from T3 and Marie a little bit later. Jam-packed day on a Friday. Let's roll. Good morning and welcome back to Benzinga's Market Edge. It's great to see a whole bunch of returning faces here this morning thinking about it. White chocolate mocha, Hugh, early birds get the worm. Welcome back. We do have some news to break down here today. Got some big macro news, some Palantir news, and some news on some smaller stocks that our group really likes to trade. So let's go ahead and break all of that down. First thing we're going to take a look at here is the broader market, though. SPY here, down slightly, down a little bit here in the pre-market. S&P futures down just about 0.5% here, although they are up off the lows. Same is true with the Dow and the Nasdaq. So we'll see if the bottom is in here or if we have some more red arrows in the regular session. Just kind of looking at the SPY chart here, just from yesterday, we are beneath that trend line, but still above the 20-day moving average at 584.71. That will definitely be a level here today if we continue to sell off. So we'll see if we end up getting down there. Now let's roll through some of the top news pieces here today, and we are going to start off with Palantir, ticker PLTR. Tell you what, this stock has been just an absolute monster recently. Huge run, a lot of good news, AI defense angle. Now we're getting news here that Palantir will transfer the listing of its Class A common stock from the New York Stock Exchange to the Nasdaq. Shares are up 3% here in the pre-market. They've actually backed off that a little bit here, about 2.5% here. Palantir expects to meet the eligibility requirements of the Nasdaq 100 index upon transferring. So continuing to get some good news here from Palantir. Our group, thankfully, has been trading this quite a bit. I know the Benzinga Pro members have been in this all over the place. Nice, huge move here. Honestly, for the next long side setup, we would want this to come back in. We are fairly extended from a lot of these moving averages. In fact, just kind of taking a look at where we're at this morning, we are still 51.5% away from that 200-day moving average. I would like to see the stock come back in, but good news abound here, and we get some more with Palantir. So this likely to be in play here today. Remember, Palantir has an extremely liquid options chain. They trade all the time, even intraday. So Palantir definitely on the list. More good news here today. Rock on, Russ. Rock on. We have been all over Palantir. Okay, we also had a Buffett SEC filing dump last night. So let's go ahead and start here with Apple. Ticker AAPL. We'll go ahead and take a look at the pre-market here. You can see Apple was down here slightly in the after hours and down slightly here in the pre-market. Buffett reduced his stake in Apple from 400 million to 300 million shares. So he cut it by about a quarter there. Cut his stake by about 25% a quarter there. And he also cut his stake in Bank of America by 23%. All right, so that's going to be ticker BAC. Let me go ahead and type it in here. Ticker BAC, that is also down here in the pre-market. And he cut nearly all of his stake in Ulta, the Ulta Beauty. This stock down even more in the pre-market here. So some of these stocks, these have really been high flyers. Ulta's really kind of been a great stock for a long time. Buffett's really been on that. Apple, everybody knows about Apple. Apple's still kind of the tech safety trade, frankly. Seems to be fairly insulated from some of these things. And just take a look where Apple is here. 228, we are right by the 50-day moving average. We definitely want to see if we can hold on to that. If we do continue to trade up here, maybe we can break that 20-day moving average to the upside and continue to go up. We'll see. The other thing that he did is he added to Domino's Pizza and PoolCorp. So Domino's is going to be ticker DPZ. You can see that stock popped quite a bit here. Stock was about 435 yesterday. You can see where we are in the pre-market. Boy, we had a big candle up to 518, although this is kind of really simmered here at about 462-ish. Domino's Pizza We actually were discussing this yesterday in happy hour. The biggest segment of their revenue is from international. So that is also the fastest growing segment. So that's kind of the thought here with Domino's Pizza. Nice little pop on that here today. We'll see if that gives us some trading opportunities. The other one here is a pool supply company called PoolCorp. That's ticker Pool, Pool. You can see that stock getting a little bit of a pop here as well, up about just under 6.5% here on the back of that filing. So Buffett was active. We got some 13Fs yesterday, and it's causing some movement in some of those bigger stocks. That's what's going on with these. We'll see how they end up trading here today. The other piece of news that we got yesterday from Powell, and from the speech that he made and all that, we had a number of Fed members talking yesterday. But one of the things that Powell said was, with a strong economy, the Fed has no need to be in a hurry to lower rates. Now, I think that the market did kind of respond to that. We traded down pretty much all day yesterday, a little bit weaker here in the pre-market. We'll see if we hang on to that or perhaps move to the downside on that. But I know everyone is expecting more rate cuts. That should be good for especially small cap stocks. But Powell kind of pumping the brakes on that a little bit and saying we're not in a hurry. I'm sure we're going to hear data dependent and all of those favorite Fed words coming over the next several weeks and months. But again, with the economy where it is, no hurry to lower rates. So that I think definitely weighed on the market yesterday. We'll see if the market can shake it off going into the weekend here. Now, the next piece of news that we have came intraday yesterday. It's going to be on ticker BE, Bloom Energy. So we got a news print. This was actually halted yesterday, right around 1 p.m. It was a halted news pending. Bloom Energy announces gigawatt fuel cell procurement agreement with AEP to power AI data centers. So again, this was halted midday, news pending. We got the news a little bit later in the afternoon, and this stock is still halted. Now, I don't know when this stock is supposed to open. I don't have any indication unless they've given one here today. Doesn't look like we've given a time indication. There are some price target upgrades, as you would imagine, post those news, but definitely take a look at Bloom Energy here today. This could definitely be a runner if it is unhalted here today. Just to kind of tie the knot there, the company that it is doing a deal with is American Electric Power Co. That's ticker AEP. So here are the two tickers in play for that. Let me go back to that daily chart here for you. You can see AEP actually just north of its 200-day. Pretty good setup there. So we'll have to watch that. We'll have to wait and see what happens to ticker BE, Bloom Energy, and ticker AEP, American Electric Power, when that stock is unhalted. So that's kind of what's going on with the news here this morning. Good morning, Mike. It is great to see you. I'd like to know what you think about Palantir's move to the Nasdaq. That would be interesting. And I'm pretty sure that you were somewhat interested in energy. Let me know what you think about the Bloom Energy news as well. I'd also like to hear what stocks you folks would want to take a look at today. I'm sure we will have some ticker time at one point. Now, next, I do want to talk about some of the movers here. And there's some of these are smaller stocks, but figure we go ahead and cover them. First one here is going to be BENF. And let me just go ahead and flip through this to the news here. BENF, we had a huge beat on earnings here. Beneficent GAAP EPS of 3 cents, beat by $1.98. So they're expecting a loss. They ended up doing a positive EPS there. Revenue of $8.6 million, beats by $8.29 million. So big beat there for this small company. You can see we had a huge pop in the pre-market here, actually above 3. We've retraced about just over $1 of that move. So retraced about 50% of this move. We've seen a lot of these movers that have good news here, especially if they're quality, especially if they're, like a quality earnings print like this. We'll see them move throughout the course of the day. So we definitely want to see BENF and see if this is in play here today. I can't remember. I think a lot of you folks were trading some of these smaller names. I believe BENF was one of them. So let me know let me know if this is one that you are looking for here. Good piece of news here this morning. Now, the next one here, I know you folks are waiting for this one, thinking about it. I know you've been waiting for this one. The next one here is, of course, going to be ARCAT. This is one of these smaller drone plays. Shout out to our group who's really been on top of this. There's a number of different group members here that have been trading this, giving you the bull thesis for this. This has actually been on the relative volume scanner a number of times as well. So this has given us some fairly good intraday setups. And here we go. ARCAT moving here today. ARCAT, Red Cat Holdings files for $100 million mixed securities shelf. The stock is actually up 12.5% on that news here. Looks like we printed a high of we're currently at the high here, 451 in the pre-market. We did go even higher than that, 548 yesterday in the after hours. ARCAT definitely going to be in play here today. One of the things we want to take a look at are going to be some of these peaks. So for today, if this does continue to get some type of momentum when the market opens here, just for the purposes of trading, definitely going to be looking at that 527 to 547 level. We can pop through that. I think this thing can get wild here today. But ARCAT definitely moving here. Thinking about it, I know you like this. I know you like ARCAT. Out of the blue, big event scheduled for Tuesday next week for analysts, media, and investors. Speculation is the big SRR Army contract will be announced. So thinking about it, my first follow-up question to that is going to be, is that going to be a sell the news event, or might we get some more action for that? So there you go here with ARCAT. That's what's going on. I know this is a favorite amongst the group here. So SSR contract on Tuesday. There you go. There you go. Okay, really good stuff there on ARCAT. Let me know if you folks are going to be trading this here today. I wanted to take one more look. Yeah, volume does seem like recently it's kind of been creeping up. Really, really like to see that. I know the RSI here just kind of sitting at about 67, just under 67. So we'll see if we take a break. I know it is a little bit extended from some of these moving averages, but when these small caps get momentum, they like to really go. So we'll see if we get that here from ARCAT, if we get a little bit of a pullback. Next one here, don't normally cover penny stocks, but the news this morning, not a whole lot going on. Ticker STI, this is going to be a penny stock that does have some news here. You can see we did pop in the pre-market and we've retraced a considerable amount of that move. I hope I pronounced this correct. Solidion, I believe that's how you pronounce it. Solidion Technology announces a major step forward in its corporate treasury strategy by allocating a significant portion of its excess cash reserves to Bitcoin. So it looks like the big move here in Bitcoin is causing some companies to readjust. STI here, you can see the pop that it got on really, really good volume. Looks like they're moving some of their fiat to Bitcoin. We'll see how that affects STI today. For you folks that join us regularly, you know I'm not a big fan of some of these penny stocks. And actually, let me see if I can get a better chart here for you. Let's kill some of these moving average lines. So you can see the chart formation on the daily. I mean, if you ignore the price here, chart formation is actually pretty good. It had a nice little impulse move. We've come back in and now we're starting to curl back up. So what we can do is use some of these levels on the way back up. First one to pay attention to, I guess, 48 to 50 cents. That 2-cent area should be an area of resistance. And if we break that, maybe we can get up to 69, 70 cents on ticker STI here. So there you go. We will take a look at some of the movers as we get closer to the open here. Stay focused, saying how much cash on hand does STI have? Really good question. Let's go ahead and check that out here. Balance sheet says as of the last report here, this had about 250 grand on hand. So not a whole lot. Stay focused, really kind of light here. And if we take a look at the cash flow, they're still burning cash. So not a whole lot of cash, likely why the stock is under $1. Might be set up for some type of financing or something like that. But that's what the news is here today. Okay. We are going to have Scott Redler from T3 coming on today. So we're going to be waiting for him. Really, really excited. I've been following Scott for a long time. And actually, one of the recent trades that he was in, was one of my nice recent trades on the trade desk. So we're going to ask him about that. But let me know if there are any other tickers that you folks want to take a look at here while we're waiting for that. Again, news flow was kind of light here today. Ed George wants to take a look at EXAS. That's Exact Sciences here. Let's go ahead and pull that up. So, I can't remember what the news was here. Exact Sciences CEO. Okay, so this was from Wednesday. Then we had earnings here, and we had So what's recently gone on here with Exact Sciences? They actually had kind of a crummy earnings report here. Missed on the top and the bottom line. Lost more money than anticipated, although it wasn't a huge miss there. They also had guidance. They also cut their guidance. That's been the death blow for a lot of the stocks in this market climate. And then the following morning here, they had price targets lowered pretty much across the board. Canaccord, Bank of America, Baird, looks like BTIG, Stifel. So number of different firms here, Jefferies, number of different firms here lowering the price target on EXAS. And then recently, actually, this is Wednesday of this week, November 13th, the CEO, Kevin Conroy, bought 19,500 shares at $51. He's actually underwater on that, invested $1 million. He now holds over 1 million direct shares, with the total holdings reaching 1.41 million shares plus $683,000 options and restricted stock units. So pretty significant portion of his compensation there tied to the stock. The other piece of news here recently from that same day, Exact Sciences unveils data showing multi-cancer early detection at AACR special conference on liquid biopsy. New evidence shows multi-biomarker class approach improved cancer detection, including in earlier stages when treatment may be more effective. Modeling data estimates MCED testing of standard of care screening could reduce cancer mortality by 17%. So sounds pretty good there from that headline here. If we take a look at the stock price, perhaps we've put a bottom in here. Now, really quickly, one of the things that I'll be looking for here is the two gaps that we see on the chart that really kind of stand out. The first one that I want to pay attention to is this downside gap, because while EXAS looks to be trying to find some support here right around the $50 handle, if it loses this, it is likely to fill this gap down here to about 40. Let's call it 47.5. Looks like the candle that I have here is, in fact, the high of this candle, the close 47.25. So 47.25 fills that gap to the downside. If we break down, if we're able to hold this and trade back up, one of the first levels that I'd be looking for is, what do we do around this 200-day? What do we do around 58.5? Are we able to reclaim that? Do we run into some resistance there? Honestly, if I were to trade this here, now that I'm taking a look at this, might take kind of a little starter here and put a fairly tight stop on it, right? So if we break down here, you can kill that starter, see if it bases. But if it curls back up, we might even be able to add if it moves through that 200-day. If it does, in addition to some of these other moving averages, we actually have a gap that doesn't fill up here to about 70.5. So if you're bullish on EXAS, you really want to see this curl right from where it's at right now and not break down any further, and then take out that 200-day as well as the 100-day, and then maybe move for a gap fill on that. So, George, this is not one that I follow, but looking at where the chart is here, this is a pretty clearly defined potential trade, right? It's very, very simple. If we hold right here, we're extremely oversold on the RSI. So the likelihood of this stock showing any type of curl back or bounce is probably pretty high. If we lose this, maybe we want to sit that out until it confirms a base. If this is the base, though, we do have some pretty clear targets right above. And actually, just kind of looking at this, 56 would be that first one. So 56, 58.5, and then 70.5. Are your upside targets there. EXAS. Good one, Ed. We don't look at this one very often. Glad you brought this here to the group. Okay, let me know if there are any other stocks that you folks want to take a look at. We can take a look at Tesla here. Let's see. You guys were also mentioning BYTE. Not a stock that I am familiar with. That actually might be a crypto, I think, that you're talking about. Let's take a look here at Tesla real fast. Let me go ahead and bring that up. Tesla here, trading up in the pre-market, which is good to see. So here we go. So Tesla, after that huge run post-election, traded just north of 350, just shy of 360 on that. We've come back in. We've retraced some of this stick. Can understand why I think there's some more downside. So far, so good, though, holding on to that 300 level. That's exactly what I would like to see for some more upside. Let's take a look inside and see how we're doing here. Let me get my shading back there. There we go. So Tesla, really kind of a rough day. Traded with the market yesterday. Market was pretty much down all day outside of a few bounce attempts that didn't really materialize. Tesla pretty much closing on the lows. Now, it did drift lower in the pre-market. It actually dipped a little bit drifted lower in the after hours, dipped a little bit at the open of the pre-market, but has pretty much been bought back to balance here. We're up just about $1 from yesterday's close. We'll see here if Tesla can get rolling. I did want to check the news here on Tesla. Looks like there isn't anything really crazy that came out news-wise. No, so I don't really see any crazy news here. Well, that doesn't mean that we won't get some throughout the course of the day today, even if it's just Elon making some comments. He seems to be in the news cycle every day. So Tesla, definitely one that we'll watch. This thing has been really, really good to our chat members. It gives us upside and downside plays on a pretty regular basis here. Looking at the chart, one of the things that I'd want for more upside, if we can break the pre-market high here at just about 314, would be this 316.5 level. You can say we actually used that as support twice, and then it turned into resistance intraday. So we want to see if we get that taken out here today. That could make for some more upside on Tesla. Otherwise, downside target, at least for today, is going to be that 302.88. That's your pre-market low, but then also that round 300 number to the downside. We'll see if Tesla breaks through that as well. Okay, really good stuff here so far, folks. Mike, you want to ask about ASTS? Okay, really good point. We'll go to that here next while we're waiting for Scott. ASTS, of course, reported earnings yesterday. AST SpaceMobile shares are trading lower after the company reported worse than expected Q3 financial results. One thing here about ASTS, Mike, your comment here, how did they perform after the earnings call? Well, they sold off in the after hours. Now we're drifting up a little bit here today just because their earnings weren't great. In fact, let me go ahead and grab those numbers for you before we move on here. It was a miss on the top and the bottom line. GAAP EPS 110 loss versus a 20-cent loss estimate, big miss there. And then sales 1.1 million versus the miss of 24.13 million. So that's the issue with some of these government contracts. You can really miss if you don't get paid on those, or don't get paid on those in a timely manner. So ASTS dipping here. This thing has been an absolute rocket. As far as a trading vehicle goes, it's been hard to find a better one recently. You can see the moves that this thing has made on the daily, and so far it's really kind of held on to that 100-day. I know it looks like we're probably, we broke beneath the 50-day here. We'll see if we test that 100 again. I still would put all of these moving averages in play here today. So values for that 23.18 downside level. Upside level is going to be the 20-day moving average at 25.04. Maybe just call that 25 even. That would make sense. And then 25.5 is going to be your 50-day moving average. So we'll see here. Now, Mike, you were asking how did they do, or you were kind of referencing Starlink as a competitor. Starlink definitely we actually were talking about this recently. Starlink definitely a competitor for internet, but the low band cellular, they're not really a competitor for. ASTS still kind of better at that. So we'll see how this thing trades. The way I would look at this, I do think that space is likely to be kind of a popular theme in 2025. So I would definitely put this on your watch list and definitely look at this for next year. But this is going to be volatile. We just had Tim Melvin on yesterday, and we were asking him about some of these space stocks. And one of the things he said is that, you're trading the story here. It's great, all that, but you're trading the story here. There's likely to be some volatility between now and then. For traders, for stock pickers, that's exactly what we want. So we'll see what we get there on ASTS. If you're going to trade this one, let me know what you're thinking. Let me know what you think about that. Would sell half the position and put it into AMT and T-Mobile. So it looks like you're looking to diversify a little there. That makes sense to me. Okay, Russ and Keith, you folks want to take a look at SMCI. All right, let's go ahead and do that. Keith here. Yeah, we can take a look at Merck too. No problem, Keith. You were saying here, hey, Ryan, I held SMCI the last few days. Each day the stock dropped 10% or more. My options barely lost any money. There's something brewing here. So it looks like some of that volatility was already priced into those options. Let's take a look here at SMCI. That is just bad news abound. I'm going to start here by taking kind of a mini victory lap for our happy hour group. One of the things that we did, we've been examining SMCI all the way back from its initial run up here. And one of the overarching thoughts here is that, hey, you know, this thing's really ripping right now. They do have some pretty good products, but it does kind of seem overvalued, seems kind of risky. We got that backside move pretty quickly. And as soon as we got news about accounting issues in this stock, that was just a no-go. Our group had 15 to 17 as the downside target for a potential add here. And look where we're at, 1798. Man, oh man, bad news abound. The one thing I do want to draw your attention to is going all the way back to May of 2023. Not that far, I know, but going all the way back to May of 2023, we do have this potential gap that we have not yet filled. So if we look at the close of this candle, that is going to be 1676. SMCI currently at 18 flat. So as far as a downside level, I'd love to see this gap get filled. That would be great. That would really match up with the target price that we had for a potential long side trade. Of course, if you take a look at the RSI here, it is pounded 22.83 deep into oversold territory. Even if you don't like the company, or even if you think there's a lot of shenanigans going on at the company here, if you're able to, you might actually see a dead cat bounce just given some of the technical areas on the chart here. Again, if we sold off and filled that gap, I think that this might be a potential area for a trade on SMCI. And it does kind of meet the area that our group was talking about. So really, really happy about that. Keith, let me know if that's helpful for you. You got it, my man. You got it. Mike here saying SMCI got to be close to the end date to acquire an auditor. Yeah, and then you're saying that's usually 30 to 60 days. We'll see what happens. You know, I mean, Ernst & Young, that's a really reputable auditor, and for them to leave, all bad news across the board. If you're going to trade this to the long side, even on that technical setup, be really, really careful. Be really, really careful. Okay, Ken, you want to take a look at Palantir? We actually did take a look at that earlier, so I'm just going to summarize it here really quick for you. They're up here just about 2.5%, 2.25% here in the pre-market on news of the listing of its Class A common stock moving from the New York Stock Exchange to the Nasdaq. Palantir expects to meet the eligibility requirements of the Nasdaq 100 index upon transferring. So that's what you got here. Ken, I know that we've talked about this every day. The one big thing we want to take a look at here, we really want this to have some type of pullback, right? This is just extremely extended. And actually, let's take a look at some of the other stats here. I didn't do this earlier. Look at this. Forward PE this morning, and this is after a little bit of a pullback, still 128. Okay, 128 on that forward P. I know that there are a lot of people really bullish on Palantir saying, oh, you know, that doesn't really matter. It will. At some point, that will end up mattering. But let's see if we can get a pullback here on Palantir. I will say after this last leg up here, little disappointed that I wasn't in anymore. We caught a majority of this move, but the trader in me really wants to catch all of the move. I'd love for this to come back in, give me an opportunity to rebuy this and set up for another long side trade. So there you go on Palantir. Okay, what else? What other stocks do you folks want to take a look at here today? Oh, it was Merck. That was the other one on the list. Let me know if there are any more that you folks want to go into. We can absolutely take a look at Merck here. Okay. Here is your Merck chart. Not great. All right. Not great. In a very, very clear downtrend here since the middle of the summer. We are in oversold territory on an RSI basis. All of our moving averages are above us. They're all pitching down. So this to me really kind of seems like we still have some downside momentum. We are at a potential bounce area really right here. We're at 98.36, almost 98.25. And this area really down to 96. This stock could bounce from. Now, I know that, with some of these drug companies, they're likely down because RFK was named to Trump's cabinet here, and he's going to have an impact on some of these. So that's kind of what's going on. We did have a PR here this morning. It looks like Merck receives positive EU CHMP opinion on Keytruda, one of its big drugs there, plus chemotherapy as a first-line treatment for adult patients with unresectable non-epheloid malignant pleural mesothelioma. Man, is that a mouthful. Sorry for butchering all of those medical terms here. I'll be honest with you on Merck. I'm going to wait this one out. This much like the Fed, not in a hurry to lower rates. I am not in a hurry to buy Merck. Let's wait for this to really kind of confirm a bottom and maybe reverse some of this trend. No reason to be a hero here. No reason to be a hero just yet. Okay, so that's what's going on with Merck. FRSH, is that really kind of a tiny stock? Freshworks. Bobby, you're asking, can you take a look at it? I saw someone took a large position. I do see some volume recently. Nice little pop above the 200-day. I do kind of like this flag here. This does kind of look like this wants to go higher. Not one that I'm really familiar with. Does look like there was some recent insider buying here this week. Here, let's take a look at some of that insider buying on its own. So actually, it looks like there's some insider selling here as well. So interesting. I don't have a line here on Freshworks, Bobby. Sorry about that. Taking a look. I do like the chart. I do like this recent formation. Love the fact that we just got above the 200-day. Love that we're actually trying to go higher here too. It sure looks like that. So pretty good. Pretty good stuff here on the chart. All right. Still waiting for Scott. We'll get him on here as soon as he is available. And there we go. All right, folks. Put your hands together for Scott Redler from T3. Let's go ahead and bring him on. Scott Redler joins us this morning. Scott, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm doing really, really good. Look, I just want to start off by saying, first of all, thanks for taking time to join us here this morning. Really, really appreciate it. I've been following you for a long time. And most recently, I actually followed you in one of your trades, the trade desk, ticker TTD, on that 100 break. That actually took a couple of weeks to break through it. But that's been pretty nice since then. So again, thanks for joining us here today.
Oh, my pleasure. I remember that trade. That actually was like one of 20, and that was a really tricky one. I was hoping you'd say you joined me on Tesla pre-election. I was hoping you'd say you joined me on Amazon, post earnings, or joined us on Bitcoin at October 11th. But I'm glad at least you went with that one.
I got a question for you on Tesla. So, and yes, that TTD, man, that was a tricky one. I got a question for you here on Tesla. Really quick though, there is a QR code here on the screen. So be sure to download Scott's free ebook and see his #1 spot to buy and get his free indicator that alerts you. I'll go ahead and throw the link there in the chat. Okay, Scott, first question here I want to ask you. Let me go ahead and throw the link in the chat there for you. First question here I want to ask you is just kind of about prop firms in general. What benefits do traders gain from the advanced tools and the supportive community offered by T3 or prop firms in general that are typically unavailable for retail traders?
Well, if you're a retail trader, and you're not with a firm, sometimes you're sitting in your house or you're at a small office and you don't have a big group or desk of individuals that you trust. So, I've been at T3, since 2004. I've been in the business since 1998. And one of the real mantras we have is just don't trade alone. In my alpha team, I have over 500 professional traders or guys that are super knowledgeable and active, and we share ideas, we share levels, we share news, and it's like you're sitting on a 1,000-person desk, but you could be in your house. So, joining the alpha team, if you trade for a living, you have, instead of 2 eyeballs, you have a few hundred. And plus, I'm in there on the radio, and I've been doing this for a long time, and I'm, pretty good and consistent at it. So, with that being said, you're putting yourself in a better position to be more consistent and make money and make a living if you join some type of group. It's always good to be in a group that you trust. And I trust the Alpha team, with, as my dogs, like I have a question, I ask them, I say, hey, what's the level on this? Hey, when's earnings there? Like it's like you talk about a think tank. The Alpha team is a think tank, with guys that have been trading for 5 years, 10 years, trading as long as I have. So, if you have that, it gives you confidence, and with confidence you can execute, and when you execute, that's how you make money.
Okay, awesome. I'm a huge proponent of trading with the community, and you're right. When you get some of those powerful traders in your community and in your corner, that can be really, really helpful. Really good stuff there. Can you tell me what your morning prep looks like for a prop trader? What kind of things do you do to get prepared for the regular session?
Well, I'm not your average dog. I'm up at 4:45 in the morning, so most traders don't have to be. What I do is I get up in the morning, I try and preach a lifestyle, kind of like the red dog mindset, where you get up in the morning. I say, don't look at your phone for the first half hour, because when you look at your phone, it develops your psyche for the day. Your mind doesn't even realize it. So keep your phone downstairs. Wake up, go downstairs, drink a glass of water. That helps flush your system. A full glass of 16 ounces. Then what I do is I turn on my sauna. Okay, I have a sauna downstairs. I got during the pandemic because we couldn't go to gyms. And if you're somebody who likes to go to the gym and it breaks up your routine, obviously it's not going to make you feel good. So I got a sauna, so I turn that on. Then I come upstairs and let my dog out. Her name is Cadence, my best friend. So it's good to get something familiar with yourself in the morning. It makes you happy, whether the futures are down or up. And then I sit down at the table. My coffee's ready, and then I turn my phone on and I look at what's happening in Europe. Look what happened in Asia. I kind of think in my mind where the futures will be, what's been going on in the tape. I do some tweets on what's happening. By that point, it's been a half an hour. Then I go downstairs in my sauna for about 20 minutes with 15-pound weights. I listen to some videos, some podcasts, and I think about what positions I have, what I'm going to do when I pretty much get rid of about 3 pounds of sweat. And then from there, I go upstairs. My wife gets upset because I have little drops of sweat go through the staircase, but who cares? They dry up. But by the time she's up at 8 o'clock, they're gone, but they leave little spots. And then I go in an ice barrel. So I have an ice barrel outside. I've been doing it for a bunch of years, and just go in, because whether it's 30 degrees, 40 degrees, we all need to train our brain for go time. So the colder, the better. I go in there, refresh, kind of get in there, and then I also think while I'm in there. So this way, you control your breathing. And then by that time, I get in the car, go to Dunkin' Donuts. I get here around 6:15. I do a free 6:30 video for anyone that wants to tune in. And from there, I backed a lot of like-minded traders around the world that wound up turning into Alpha Team members or Redler All Access members. And then I do about 45 charts that I post to all the sites with all my thoughts on how to approach the day. And then by that time, maybe the rest of the world gets up.
Okay, that's amazing. That's a lot to pack in prior to the open. No wonder you get up at 4:45. I'm up at 5, so you got me beat by 15 minutes. I'll try and up my game. I also only do 8 ounces of water in the morning instead of 16, so I'll follow your lead there too. And it looks like
you got to start
us
somewhere there, buddy.
Say again?
You got to start somewhere. It's okay.
Got to start somewhere. We're 2% better every day. That's my motto. It looks like you're joining us from the sauna here too. Get pretty good Wi-Fi in there, it looks like.
There you go. And I'm not really sweating I've already sweat out my 3 pounds.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. The big question that I had for you here was going to be around Tesla. So I am super thrilled that you already brought that up here. How did you manage the Tesla position both pre and post election?
Well, pre-election, because it was a binary event, I went mostly with options. The stock was trading somewhere around, I could actually even put it up. I want to put it up. Let's go present. I'm getting a little bit better at this. Entire screen, boom, boom. Okay, so if you want to put Tesla up, basically pre-election, the stock was trading right here. Okay, the stock was trading around 250. So what I did is I bought some 270 and 280 calls, thinking that if Trump won, with the way Elon was backing him, we'd at least take out 275. But because it's a binary event, I don't guess. Just like earnings, we don't guess, because if you guess wrong, you could screw up your month and your quarter. So I put on 270, 280 calls, if I do remember, and they were up huge into that move. So when we got back above here, then I was able to buy the stock because I had 275 as a pro kind of move, pro gap to trade against. And then, it ran all the way to 358, where on Monday of this week, I kind of, I got a little overhedged. I sold a little premium above just to stay with the move. It went a little bit further than I would have thought. And then once we put this doji, and I told everyone out there, I'm saying I'm a lot smaller. This is the time it needs to digest. It could retrace if it breaks below the bottom part of that doji, which is just, technical analysis 101. Now here we are at the 8-day. So right around here, I'm actually selling some puts. I sold some yesterday. I was a little worried. I sold some 297 puts for today and some 292s for next week. And I'm also long the stock. I want to see how it behaves here. I'm hoping that it hangs here at the 8-day, because usually strong names, hold the 8-day. That means it's fast, there's momentum. If it happens to break here, it's still fine, but you'd want to see it hold a big portion of this move to see the speed. If it starts to give back more than that, then I might be a little stressed out, but it's fine. I feel like if you sold strength, this is your zone to try and buy it back carefully. But you look at something like the IWM post election. Not saying it's a leadership sector, but this is already in the post election gap. So if the IWM is in the post election gap and other things want to follow, you don't want to just have a false sense of security thinking that we're going to be strong. We're going to 6,300 like all the major bulls said this week. We might retrace a little bit more next week into what historically is a weaker week. So you got to make sure your entries and exits and sizing matters. Otherwise, you could be right. But if you get too big too early, you're not going to stay with the trade.
Okay. Real good stuff there on Tesla. Look, and IWM. Look, I would be the viewers here are going to absolutely kill me if I don't ask you about Nvidia. So I have to. What are we taking? What are your thoughts here on Nvidia? You got any type of setup lined up or any type of trade lined up on that?
I do. Unfortunately, the semis have been like a headwind. Semis have been lagging since the July top, and Nvidia, out of all the semis that I look at now, are all like a headwind, and the only thing holding up is Nvidia, and the world wants Nvidia to save the sector. I hope it can, but if Nvidia, has guidance like AIM it, you're going to put a nail in the coffin here. So I think you need to be careful. I started buying a little bit of calls for Nvidia just in case it wanted to do a pre earnings move and get above 150. So I was buying the 150s, and I think the 155 small. And if it would have did a pre-earnings move, I probably would finance it by putting it into a call spread before Wednesday. If it happens to come in now, I'm not adding. I've already put some money to work. I'm going to wait till we get closer to Wednesday. You look at AIM, which is obviously old school semi. Like, this has already been broken. Like, people are like, oh my God, look at this head and shoulders top on. Oh my God, an AIM as I look at it now. We'll see if this 168, 170 holds. But bottom line is, if you look at the SMHs, put in a double top at 262 and put a high here during July, and looks like it could be working its way to 240 even before Nvidia on Wednesday if this market continues to be weak. So I would say if you're playing Nvidia for earnings for next week, do it small because you don't know where it's going to be on Tuesday, Wednesday. You might as well wait. And there's a lot riding on Nvidia this time because most other semis look pretty broken.
Okay. All right. Real good stuff there on some of those semis. Look, we were just kind of talking about SMCI. Any thought there on SMCI? I know it's had a ton of bad news. Just wanted to get your take on it real quick.
It's what I call a widowmaker. You know what a widowmaker is, Ryan?
Yes, I do. In fact, I've been referring to Nat Gas as a widowmaker for some time now.
Okay. Want to explain to everybody who doesn't know what it means?
Yeah. So this thing can really kind of wipe you out if you're wrong. This is one of those where if you bet too big and you're on the incorrect side of that, you are going to be wiped out.
And then you're going to leave your spouse with someone else and be a widow. So there you go. So if you look at SMCI, it was a widowmaker on the way up. Anybody who thought it was going to do this then that wasn't following the 8-day trend, which we have another lesson on, another book on. This was a great move. The world was, just they were mesmerized by SMCI, and it was great. I made a lot of money in this also. A lot of people lost that fought it. And then here you had this sideways where you kept, doing red dog reversal sells, this candle, red dog reversal right here, this candle, and then it just broke. So somebody knew there was problems, broke below the 8-day, the 21-day, trend changed out of the way. And I do remember here, I will say, I had some calls on, right here, looked as if, hey, maybe it's going sideways. Hey, maybe people are too negative. Hey, maybe the bear report's wrong and they'll come out and their 10K will be fine. And I had, I think, the $55 calls. And guess what they did, Ryan? They went to what? Zero. And I didn't care because risk is premium paid. It was a binary event. I was doing a lotto play where if all of a sudden the 10K was awesome or fine, it would have been a 50 knot. I would have went 3 times, 4 times my money. Instead, look what happened. So if I would have had a false sense of security and bought the shares, I would have lost and maybe my wife would have been a widow, so to speak. Instead, I lost my premium paid. So whenever you're going into a battleground area, whether it's earnings, whether it's FDA approval, whether it's an election, you want to go with options because risk is premium paid. If you buy 20, 30 calls for $6,000, that's 3,000 shares, and you bought them at 2 and they go to 0, you lose 6 grand. If you had 3,000 shares here, you probably would have lost 20 points and lost 60,000 versus 6.
Okay. Real
Now,
good.
now, if you want to do the same thing, if you're like, hey, this isn't a 0, which it might be, just buy options and go out a month and forget about it. Don't overtrade, because this thing is it's just not worth it. There's cleaner things and better things to do.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the things I've been saying on SMCI. I was just talking about that here this morning. It does look like there's a gap fill in the 16 handle. And you're right. I think if you're going to try trading that, options are the way to go. Don't be made a widow. Don't turn. Don't
people love you, Ryan. Everyone loves you out there. You don't want to leave them high and dry. What would Benzinga do?
Yeah, don't want to do that at all. All right, Scott, really good stuff. I'll get you out of here on this. Is there any general piece of advice that you would give some newer traders that are trying to get into this? Maybe someone that got into this during COVID when the market was certainly not behaving rationally. Any type of advice to newer traders that you would give?
By the way, COVID was awesome. In 2020, most traders had their best years. So it's all a matter of when volatility happens. If you embrace it and know what you're doing, you can make a lot of money. I would say just know it's not a get-rich-quick business. It's a grind. You get up, you rise, and you grind. That's what you do. That's what we do here at T3. So you want to stack days. You want to have a routine and a process, and you want to like it because you do it every day. If you don't like your routine and your process, you might as well quit, because every day, some days suck, and some days, hey, they work out better than others. So you want to make sure your highs don't get too high, your lows get too low. You want to be even keel, do the same thing every day, but also realize things you do wrong. Take accountability for bad trades. Did you have too much? Were you in there too early? Did you not honor your stops? And if you look at yourself in the mirror and you know that you did it wrong, then maybe you'll do it different. So it's a slow and steady process. It could be the best business in the world at times. You can do it anywhere around the world. But if you think, you're going to throw sugar honey iced tea against a wall just to see if it sticks, it might stick once, but chances are it's not going to stick often.
Okay. Real good stuff. Scott, thank you so much. Again, folks, remember, download Scott's ebook to see his #1 spot to buy. Get his free indicator that alerts you. T3live.com/Benzinga QR code. Scott, thanks so much for joining us here this morning. Have a great rest of your day and week, and we'll catch you next time. All right, boss?
All right, my friend. Have a good one. Good luck. Have a great weekend.
You as well. That is Scott Redler from T3 Live. We are super thankful for him to join us. Stay focused. I love it. Red Dog Fridays with Benzinga and T3. I love it too. Stay focused. Really great stuff out there. So, okay. Let's get back. Let's take a look at some of the other setups that you folks want to take a look at. Were there any other charts that you wanted to take a look at? Let's see. I think I missed that list there. I think we covered all of the ones that you were already asking about. Okay. And then Jonathan, you were asking there about some vaccine stocks. We will absolutely take a look at that. So, of course, we got news that RFK was appointed to the cabinet yesterday. A lot of these vaccine stocks really took a hit yesterday. Here is Moderna. You can see that this really got hit. Looks like Pfizer also got hit yesterday. A couple of other stocks hit on this news. Here's the thing. I wouldn't want to be in these right now, but I really don't think this is a problem to kind of let some of these things shake out. Well, we don't know. Oh, let me bring my chart up. Sorry about that. We don't know exactly what's going to happen or the severity at which it's going to happen. So right now, I kind of want to just not be in any of these things. Let the headlines do their thing. Let the entire thing shake out and go from there. But probably not great. Probably not the best thing to be in or the best sector to be in here, Jonathan. I'd love to know what your favorite one is, what you're looking to trade. Are you looking to short? Are you looking to go long? What's the plan? What's the plan there? All right. While we're waiting for that, let me go ahead and bring on my co-host 13. 13, good morning, my man. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How's everybody else?
We're doing really good, man. It's a Friday. Just had Scott Redler on from T3, who is absolutely awesome. Having a really good morning here so far. Is there anything that you want to take a look at here? Is there anything that really kind of stood out? The Palantir news, the Buffett news. Do you want to talk about Powell? What are you thinking here?
If you've talked about Buffett and you've already talked about Powell, then we don't need to cover that. I'm interested in things that we haven't talked about yet. And I'll start with something that's been halted since yesterday on some pretty interesting news. And as soon as they unhalt, it's probably going to fly. That is BE Bloom Energy. What happened yesterday? What happened yesterday is that this company halted about 1:30, I think it was, and it remained halted for a while. We're kind of scratching our heads. Are they getting bought out? What's happening here with this? We got news that they ended up securing a major deal with American Electric Power. I believe that's what the company is called.
Yes, sir. Ticker AEP.
Yeah, so they are going to be buying a bunch of Bloom Energy's oxidized fuel cells, and they are going to be using them for their AEP's data centers. Now, since that news, BE has not unhalted yet, but that didn't stop analysts from giving price targets. So we've got BMO raising their price target to 19.5, Piper Sandler upgrading to 20, JP Morgan from 12 to 14. I think we're just on the doorstep of that. So lots of upgrades. This is going to provide a trade here today as soon as this unhalts. I don't know when that's going to be, but as soon as it does, this should be pretty volatile. So that's one thing to watch for.
Yeah, really good stuff. And I know we've traded BE a number of times before, both on previous news as well as the relative volume scanner. So, okay, really good stuff, folks. I do want to hear about what tickers and what charts you folks want to do. We do have a little bit of the movers to go through here in a sec. Sinead, can I get a thumbs up?
I plan on going at 9 o'clock, but you're good if you'd like to.
You want to? Okay. Well, I mean, we can do ticker time for the next 9 minutes.
Let's do ticker time. Let's do ticker time for 9 minutes, and Sebastian will get rocking at 9.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good to me. Let's go ahead and do that. Good morning, Zunaid. Haircut looking fresh, by the way. Okay, first one here that I see in the chat is going to be OKLO. This is another one that has been extremely popular amongst our group here. It has provided a great trade setup for us, or a number of really great trade setups, has been extremely active on the relative volume scanner. Today, the stock down here 10%. Oklo shares are trading lower after the company reported Q3 financial results. Now, really quickly, I want to remind you, because it was just yesterday that we had Tim Melvin on. He has been saying the same thing about the nuclear theme stocks and the space theme stocks. You are trading the story. When you are trading the story, moves like this are absolutely going to be possible. And that is kind of what we're seeing here in OKLO. So it looks like you have an earnings miss here, stock trading down by 10%. Is the story over? No, of course not. But we're just going through some of this volatility. One of the downside levels that I'd be looking at here today is going to be this $20 level. This is a previous support level that the stock has rallied pretty strongly off of. Also has that kind of round number effect. Right under that, I'd be looking at 18. If you want to call it 17 to 18 as part of a range, that would work. That would work too. And then the big level, if we continue to move to the upside, is going to be this double top that we've kind of put in here at 28. So OKLO, I know we were just talking to Scott about the Widowmaker here, or about Widowmaker trades. This stock moves pretty violently. It's not quite the same capacity as natural gas or SMCI as we saw, but be careful with this one. It is volatile. It's great when it works, not so great when it doesn't work. 13, do you have any thoughts here on Oklo you want to share with the group?
To the downside, I'd be looking at 1880 as the level of support. But if we recapture the 20-day SMA and we move higher, then that trend line that we drew, that would be where I would expect the breakout, or maybe get resistance. That's closer to 26.5.
Now
So,
that trend line, remind me again, that's going to be like this, right? Yeah.
do the first two and then just keep going, because that's how we drew it originally. Yeah.
Yep. So there we go here on OKLO. This is definitely, I guess you could tag SMR with this, NNE with this. There are a couple of other stocks that seem to move with this, the whole nine, the whole sector there. So real good stuff here. We'll see if we get more trading opportunities in this one.
Jerry is holding BE. He's got 1350 calls that expired today. So let's get that thing unhalted for you, man.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I said the same thing earlier, 13, before you got on here. I'm not sure when it's going to unhalt. I would anticipate that it's going to unhalt here today. No indication on the time or anything like that. But Jerry, this could be a good one for you here. Those calls should be pretty good. So I'd love to hear how that plays out here. Nick, Good morning. Hope everything goes well, man. We're all pulling for you in HIMS and DKNG long. If you want to touch on them, let's go ahead and do that, Nick. We're going to start here with HIMS. This is one that we've been looking at quite a bit recently. This has GLP-1 exposure here, as well as some of the other like hair loss stuff and erectile dysfunction stuff. You can see that the moves here on HIMS have actually been pretty good to the upside. We're kind of in a pullback here, but some of these levels pretty intriguing here. I definitely want to see what happens right around the round $20 level. The 50-day moving average is only 20 cents beneath that, so I wouldn't be shocked if this thing found some support there. That actually might be a good chance to try alongside trade here, if for nothing more than a bounce. RSI right in no man's land here. It's exactly what we want to see. We'll see if this kind of settles out here on HIMS. 13, did you have anything on HIMS? I know we've talked about this one quite a bit. I'm not sure if you still have anything on this one. I'm kind of draw a broadening formation here on this real quick.
Yeah, we almost touched the 50-day SMA on the way down over the past couple of days, and then this earnings is helping us lift the price back up towards the 20. So for now, that's going to be the two things I'd be looking at: is what happens between those two moving averages. Is it going to lose the 50, or is it going to break above the 20? So that would be the range that I think we're going to see out of HIMS until we lose one of those moving averages.
Now, as far as what was driving this yesterday, remember HIMS, that big red candle there, 24.5%. Izzy with his amazing Joker avatar all over this one, nailing this. This is the news here. Him and her health shares trading lower in possible response to Amazon's introduction of its low upfront pricing telehealth and medication plan. So I know HIMS has been great recently. We just gave you some of the levels there. We'll have to see how much of an impact this Amazon news actually has here on HIMS. Does look like after hours yesterday, we did have some, we had one insider buying and we had one director selling. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. 22% on those Amazon competition confirms. And Bank of America actually moved this to an underperform on HIMS. Okay, there you go. Nick, the next one we want to take a look at here is going to be DKNG. That's affectionately called Donkey Kong. And of course, it's DraftKings. I actually didn't catch the end of the game last night, so I'm not sure what happened in that football game. You guys are going to have to let me know. DraftKings here, though, looking like we're just down about 0.75% here today. Nothing really crazy. This has been on a really good run since the election. We did take out the 200-day. Now that we're above the 200-day, if this pullback continues, that really needs to hold here for me, in my opinion. If you're gonna think of this as more long side here, definitely want to hold that 200-day. I also like to see this, right? This recent kind of downtrend here beneath that. That's awesome. That might also provide some support if we break through that. 13, I guess, first of all, did you watch the game last night? Second of all, what do you think on DraftKings?
First thing, no, I had other things going on too. I think that if this continues to leak, 40 looks like a pretty good support area. But we're trying to break out of this trend line that we've had since starting back at March 2021, going through the peak of March 2024. That's the trend line I'm talking about. I think I had you draw it at one point. That's the breakout that we're looking for. And if we do break over that, then I think 50 is in the cards.
So here you go. This is, I believe, about the trend line that you're talking about here. Yeah. So this is gonna come to a point here soon. We've got two different trends that are going to intersect here. Which direction are we going to go? Which direction are we going to go? All right. Let's see. We still got 2 minutes until Zunaid is back here. What? Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, go ahead, 13. We can hang out.
I was just going to mention some of the folks that they're talking about, like Jonathan Cooper, SPPL. That's one of the movers I'll be covering, so we'll get to that. Also, clean slate with your CERO receiving a FDA approval for phase 1 that could go to $1 plus. We'll take a look at that as well, but just give us a second, guys.
Yeah, and our RGTI, we can also take a look at Rigetti as well. Look, I warned you guys right when we got on here. We had a very, very full slate for a Friday. We're going to keep rolling through that. Zunaid, what do you got coming up here?
You know, we've got a viewer of ours, Sebastian, who watches the show, watches you guys, and he also competed in the World Championship of Trading competition that we have. and he placed in first, right? We got to check out the results, but unofficially, he's in first place. We started off with $100,000. Do you know how much he ended up with as of this morning and the end of the competition?
6.9 million.
6.9 million, 2.1. How about 7.1 million? So,
Wow.
you know, we're interested to see what he traded, what insights he has. It's always good to talk to our viewers. You've always said, Ryan, that our viewers are smart and capable, and now we get to kind of hear from one of them. So we'll talk to Sebastian for about 5 to 7 minutes, see what's up, and then we'll kick it right back to y'all.
Perfect. We'll prepare for those movers in the meantime. Take it away, Zunaid.
All right, Sebastian, give me a thumbs up when you're ready to rock, my man. All right, Sebastian, I know you wish it was $7.1 million of real money, but my man, first off, congratulations, right? What a great success story. Everyone else hasn't even crossed the $1 million mark. So, I mean, you kind of really crushed it. And I was joking how you probably just went all in on Tesla calls and just kind of let it ride. But tell the folks at home, I mean, what was like a big trade of yours?
Yeah, so the biggest trade I had was Tesla calls, obviously. I don't remember the percentage that shot up, but so it was actually two. So I was actually Tesla was probably the biggest one I had, and I did trade APP App 11 at earnings as well. So those were the two biggest trades I had.
And then, of course, I know you had APP. Yeah, you mentioned the APP. Did you buy that going into the earnings or like after they reported?
Yes, sir. Going into earnings.
And I haven't been called sir in a minute. I appreciate the courtesy there. Okay, now you've been watching the show for some time. You've been trading for some time as well. These trades that you took on the paper trading competition, did you take those same trades in your personal account? Obviously, not the same dollar amounts perhaps, but like the thinking, the thought process, the strategy.
Unfortunately, I did not. Just I don't know, just for the fact that it was risky. So I didn't end up taking it. Obviously, wish I did, because some of them were really cheap. But hey, you live and you learn.
And then, of course, you have the upcoming week next week as well. Are there any trades, any stocks, any tickers that we should kind of be aware of that you're looking out for?
At the moment, I think I did look at the SPY, and obviously Tesla as well. But looking to see if we're gonna have a pullback from this rally, really, because if that's the case, then I gotta wait it out for a little bit and kind of see what's going on there. But nothing really on the radar as of yet. I know there's Nvidia earnings, so I'm kind of if those are good, then I feel like we could have a lot of stocks in play there.
Well, so that's contest number 3, which, by the way, folks, starts today. I'm going to put the link in the chat if you guys want to go ahead and participate, because so Sebastian, like I said, unofficial, but I got to go ahead and check all the trades, make sure all the rules are followed, yada, yada, yada. But if we kind of confirm things, you go ahead and walk away with $10,000. That'll get deposited. And, of course, contest number 3, folks, which starts today, is the first day. And you get a chance to win $15,000 to one person. It's going to be awesome. Last question from me, I guess, before we hop off, man. You get a trip also to the New York Stock Exchange. Have you figured out who you're going to take?
That was a tough one. I really haven't figured out yet. Still thinking of taking the girlfriend, but my mom kind of brought it up. She's like, "Hey, you should take me." So
So now, I mean, hey, listen, mom, girlfriend, I don't know, buddy. That's all you. I won't make you decide here in front of the whole world, but congratulations again. There you go. Well, hey, congratulations again, man. $10,000 is awesome. I'm sure you can utilize that to maybe invest in your Roth IRA, pay off student loans, whatever you've got going on. But best of luck, and hopefully we can see you back here for contest number 3, being the winner of $15,000.
Hopefully. Thank you.
All right. Take care, Sebastian. Take care.
Bye, everyone.
All right, chat. Hey, $15,000. There's a lot that you can do with $15,000, especially because it's right before the holidays. As you can see, the contest ends on December 14th. So if we kind of work together quickly after the fact, we can go ahead and get you the money before Christmas, and hopefully you can spend it on loved ones as well. And, you've got earnings coming up with Nvidia. So if you wanted to kind of port some calls, puts, whichever direction you think it's going to go, never a bad time. Ryan 13 going and hop right back on. But there is the link in the chat. $15,000, Ryan, to one person.
Yeah, I mean, that's awesome. Awesome that he won. I absolutely love seeing young people get involved in the financial markets in any capacity, whether it's a competition, just kind of reading, following along, anything that gets you involved in managing personal finance, I think is a net positive.
I agree.
So that is really awesome. I will say, though, my goodness, he is in a tough spot. The girlfriend or the mom, I agree with Market Sniper here. That is a lose-lose situation. Mike might have it right. Sounds like he stays home and they go instead. Oh my goodness. I wouldn't want to have to make that choice. We were just talked a lot about widowmakers. Oh boy.
I know. We'll back to the charts here in a second. The last time I talked to him off air, he was like, hey, look, if I win contest number 3, I can take both, right? Because you also get that same prize for contest number 3. So you also get a chance to tour the New York Stock Exchange as well. And he's going to get a lifetime membership of Benzinga Pro. So we're going to hook him up. But Ryan 13, it is all you. Best of luck. Happy trading. And I'll see you back around 11:30 for Sandra.
Okay. Sounds good. Thanks very much. Great job. Sorry for running you over there, 13.
I was saying thank you as well.
Okay. All right. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the movers, and then with whatever remaining time we have prior to the open, we will continue ticker time from the group, whatever tickers you want to take a look at. I'm going to start here with the movers. 13, I have no idea what stocks you covered, so I'm just going to roll through the list here. You tell me when to stop, speed up, or slow down. First one here is going to be AREN, ticker AREN. This is Arena Group Holdings. This was a little penny stock yesterday, about 62 cents. Arena Group shares are trading higher after it announced its first ever profitable quarter. All right, we're going to give that a 1 up for having a profitable quarter, but this thing is up 247% here. I will say that the price action here intraday looking pretty juicy. We're right here at the VWAP. That's cool, but boy, oh boy, in the pre-market alone, extended here up 250%. Let's make the rounds here. We're going to start with short interest. Only 2% of the float shorted. Days to cover 30. I wouldn't put too much into that. This had an average volume of 8,000, and it's going to be able to trade a lot more than that. So really wouldn't worry about the days to cover in this case, although we'll see. Float on this stock, 12.76 million shares. That's already traded almost 39 million shares here this morning. I think this thing is going to be wild all day here. Not a whole lot here on the insiders. The last sell was several months ago, so I don't really think there's anything going on here. And looking at the financials, it does have a little bit of cash on the balance sheet. Looks about $6 million on the balance sheet, but burns $3 million a quarter. So it's going to need to figure out something here. 13, did you cover ticker AREN on your list here this morning?
The first 3 you have in your movers list there, I covered. So yes,
and I already covered BENF after that. So we are in good shape with the movers list already.
So aside from the things that you said about AREN, yeah, everything looks good. But the one thing that bothers me when I look at their balance sheet is how terrible it is. And one of the things that you need,
13, don't hold back.
One of the things that we need to look at, if you go to the liabilities and you see the current portion of long-term debt, there's 124 million that's due within the next 12 months. So I don't know exactly when it's all due, but that's not something you want to see on a balance sheet where they only have 6 million in the bank and they lose several million a quarter, sometimes a lot more. So they're going to need to do something about their finances. They're going to have to raise cash. I would expect that from this company. So we'll probably get some good price action out of this, but this is not something you want to be in. And just be careful with this one because that big debt that comes due soon, you don't want to be holding this when they have to figure out what they're going to do about that.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Okay, really, really good stuff there. I know you had mentioned SPPL. Someone in the chat was asking about this one earlier. This in Sero as well. I guess we can go ahead and cover that also. Just going to go ahead and break this down real quick. SPPL, this is Simple Ltd. Simple shares trading higher after the company announced a $400,000 contract to supply autonomous cleaning robots at Singapore's International Airport Terminal. Autonomous cleaning robot. Would that do well in my house? I'll think about that. Anyway, that's what's going on here. SPPL. Again, we're going to just do the rounds here. Short interest, negligible, less than 1%. Really nothing going on here. No insider transactions. Financials, I don't even have data on the financials. Let me see if I can get one on an annual basis instead. I can. So it looks like end of the year, last year, they had 1.17 million on the balance sheet. Looks like they are losing about 7.5 million a year. So they're going to have to figure out something here too. 13, what do you got on ticker SPPL?
Not much more than you just found there, but I will point out that if you're thinking about having autonomous cleaning robots in your home, they're going to have to map that thing.
They're going to have to map it?
Yeah. Otherwise, where are they going to know what room they're in or where they go when they're done?
I thought they had some special AI proprietary dirt-seeking technology that they were going to use and just kind of figure it out. Doesn't the iRobot...
Oh, you're so hopeful.
Hey, look, man, positivity every day, man. We're always looking up here. That's how we do things. Doesn't the Roomba kind of bump into things and learn where the stuff is, scare the animals, and then keep doing its thing? I would imagine a more sophisticated robot would be even better at that, but maybe I'm giving it too much credit.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be knocking shit over, all kinds of stuff.
Okay. All jokes aside here, SPPL, we did actually just kind of break through the VWAP. Really quickly, some of the levels that I'd be looking at was just where this thing turned around earlier. 130, it looks like I've got this marked at 131, but 130, 131, and then down here at 120. It looks like every 10 cents seems to be some type of level. So we'll see. We'll see if that materializes. Brian here. Welcome back. It's great to see you, Brian. Will Smith doesn't trust robots. Neither do I. I count one more, Brian. I've made a number of jokes about if I ever had a robot in my house, it would need to have a 6-foot cord so it can't chase me when I inevitably piss it off. So I'm with you on that one, boss. All right. Next stock on the list here, 13. I know that you covered this one. This is G-R-E-E. This is Greenidge Generation. Now, the formation here from yesterday and today looks awesome, right? We popped in the after hours. We didn't break down. We flagged. We popped again out of the pre-market, and we've drifted higher. We're actually sitting above the VWAP right now, so all of this stuff looks good. Let's dive in here. Greenidge Generation, Greenidge, beg your pardon. Greenidge Generation holding shares are trading higher after the New York Supreme Court judge rejected the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation's action to deny the company's application for renewal of its Title V air permit. 13, I'm going to go right to you since you broke this down and I didn't look at the news. What on earth is going on here with GREE?
Oh, well, yeah, I don't know what the big hubbub is about this permit. I'm sure it's going to be something that they need in order to continue operations. I just don't know what the ramifications are if they didn't renew it, but it'd probably be very bad for their business. But the thing that's most interesting to me is how this is tied to Bitcoin. This is a cryptocurrency data center and power generation company. So whatever that environmental Title V air permit that was needed, that's certainly helping it, but I don't know that this is necessarily sustainable. This is just something that it's like a catalyst that just moves the news. This is not really anything that's going to get them more money or anything, in my opinion. This is just something that they don't end up having to pay or lose their business on. So that's about all I really have on this. They have a 7.6 million share float. They look like they have about a quarter worth of cash, so they are also going to have to do capital raise or financing of some kind at some point soon.
Okay, really good stuff there. Mark, really quickly saying, Ryan, you need to start being nicer to our future overlords. Mark, maybe I'll think about that. In an unrelated question, does anyone know what rounds are the most effective against robots? If you have an answer to that, I'd be interested in that. Okay, all jokes aside, let's keep going. Remember, I did cover BENF earlier today. I know it's on the list here, so I'm just going to recap it real quick. BENF, this had a huge earnings beat, right? Huge earnings beat. Beneficial GAAP EPS of 3 cents beats the 198-cent loss that they were expecting. Revenue of 8.6 million beats by 8.29 million. So huge beat here on BENF. This is Beneficent. This did trade up to 3. We've retraced a lot of the move. Honestly, looking at the price action here, not great. Not great price action. We went right through the VWAP. We actually tried to bounce a little bit back to that VWAP, could not quite get there, and then we continued lower here. Volume does look pretty good here today. Let's take a look real quickly here. Float 3.3 million. This is right in the wheelhouse for some of these stocks that we like to trade. Volume has been rotated over 10x, at least here this morning. Short interest, 4%. 13, did you cover or do you have any thoughts here on BENF? Most notably, what we're seeing here in terms of its price action in the pre-market.
The only thing that stands out to me as to why it's coming back down is this form 424B3. I haven't read through it, but it seems that since that came out, it hasn't been, I mean, it's not really lining up with the price action at the time. I don't really know why it's coming back in. I didn't really cover this one, but I can tell you the float is low enough to really get some good volatile movement out of it. If this finds a bottom before we open, it could turn around and trade up. I don't know that it's going to get back to 3, but yeah, I didn't really cover this one, so we'll just have to wait and see what it does out of the open. But the low float is going to help us for trading it.
Okay, really good stuff there. Smoke Tuna saying BENF price action, saying something is hidden in the earnings report. Tuna, I think I got to agree with you there, honestly. I think there probably is something here. Now, that doesn't mean that this isn't going to be a potential trade here today. Tuna, bonjour. Also, I forgot to say that to you this morning. You've also done an excellent job calling some of the support or bottom levels of these stocks. That, to me, looks like what we're going to look for here on BENF. Let me toss the 65 EMA. I know we're beneath that as well. I'll go ahead and leave this on. Okay. Let's see. What other did I miss? Any? Oh, Sero. That was the other one that someone mentioned earlier. What was that?
Yes, Sero.
Sero, and then SYTA. I know there are a number of people mentioning that and Fuel Cell are also on the movers list here today. So we'll go through those three at least. Sero here. I think now at this point, you guys are probably just trying to, like Jedi Master level troll me by bringing multiple penny stocks to take a look at every single day when we generally don't look at penny stocks. I think that's what's going on. Can't quite place it. Nonetheless, though, this is moving on significant volume. Sero Therapeutics shares are trading higher after the company received FDA clearance for its investigational new drug application to initiate a phase 1 clinical trial of CER1236 for acute malignanous leukemia. I totally butchered that. I'm sorry about that. You're getting a leukemia PR here. The stock is absolutely ripping on pretty high volume. It is only a penny stock, so I got to imagine there's something broken here with the financials or something like that. Let me see if I can pull the quarterly data here. No, that's older quarterly data. Bummer. Balance sheet does have a little bit of cash here. The insiders doing anything? Insiders not really buying anything in here. Tangible book value below 0. Not really all that great. Float 76 million, almost 77 million here. Already above its average volume on Sero. I'm going to avoid this one here today, but this is kind of what's going on. 13, do you have any thoughts on this penny stock?
Yes. I was just trying to look at the balance sheet real quick to see if I could just check one box off here. Okay, so this is clearance for phase 1. This is going to be the first of a long series of very expensive trials that they're going to go through, and phase 1 is just the start, and it's going to get more expensive as it goes into probably multiple phase 1s or phase 2s, and then finally phase 3 before they actually get the blessing from the FDA to bring it to market if it gets that far. The problem is that we're getting into an administration that may cause problems for companies like this. If RFK he's going to be the new Health and Human Services head, so that could mean some shakeups at the FDA. And if that happens, then there's going to be a backlog of approvals like this or clearances like this. So I think it's going to be important to temper expectations for biotech going into next year with RFK heading that department. As far as a trade here today, I don't know that this is going to go to $1. They need to raise money in order to initiate their phase 1. I don't think they're going to get through it with $3.5 million on the balance sheet. That doesn't seem realistic to me. So trade this how you're going to trade it. I think this is going to probably end up coming in today. The float's almost 77 million shares. That's pretty heavy. I think this thing needs to do a reverse split as well. So that's probably what we're going to end up seeing out of Sero, is you're going to probably see this thing reverse split and need to do some kind of capital raise before they start phase one. So I'd be very careful with this one today, and just take the gains when you feel like you've earned enough.
So maybe even like right now, we're saying the same thing here. They need cash, don't touch. Clean slate. We have confirmed the epic level of trolling going on, suggesting a penny stock, knowing we don't really cover penny stocks. And then when I cover it, saying you don't need to cover it, and then laughing at us all. So well done. Troll level 1000 for clean slate here this morning. I mean that with love, clean slate. I'm just kidding around. All right. Voodoo, really appreciate you getting back to my very, very serious question regarding disabling robots here. To answer your question on robot killing, recommend the use of a 12 gauge with Brennicky slugs. These slugs are used by law enforcement to penetrate engine blocks. Making a note of that, Voodoo, I will say I rely on you folks for information that I don't know all of the time, and you never disappoint. Voodoo, really, really appreciate you. And of course, thank you for your service. All right. Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
You want to see something funny?
Yeah.
Bring up SIDU. This is one of the space plays.
SIDU?
Okay. Yeah. So, and I feel silly for not, taking a chance on this, but what had happened with this one is that they had a really big move, I think, earlier this week, and then the next day they absolutely tanked because they did an offering. It was like a $7 million, 5.6 million share offering, something to that effect, and they absolutely tanked. Well, after that, they had earnings, and that was last night. So their earnings looked much better than the year-over-year earnings they had. It improved, and they also announced that they had closed that offering. So it seemed to me like that was going to be a bit of a catalyst to cause it to run. Now, I was thinking about picking it up at $1.25 because that's what the offering was for. It was at $1.25 a share to raise that $7 million. Mm-hmm. You could have got into that when the day after they got it. You could have even actually got it lower, down in 119, something like that. But now it's up in the pre-market up to 132. And it was even higher earlier. So another one of these space plays, just a thought that worked really well. I didn't take advantage of it, but one of the thing I wanted to point out is when you see that a company, this was the gamble here. When you see a company is making an offering and they're doing that after they reverse split and they're doing it into an earnings, that could be a lottery ticket play. And this one would have worked out really well. I'm not suggesting that anybody go and try and do this with other names, but if you pay attention to the space and you watch for what the company is doing, and my week's been nothing but space plays. It's kind of irritating. You'll get an idea if you're going to get any movement out of this. And even though I didn't take it, it seems to have worked out. You could have captured 20, maybe almost 25 cents off this move, which would have been a big percentage move for this company.
Okay. Really good stuff there. SIDU.
Tom, I do miss stuff. I miss stuff a lot. I'm just trying not to.
I will say, though, 13 is very thorough. And when he does miss stuff, he learns from it and comes back better. Again, going with that 2% better everyday mantra that we talk about, 13 exemplifies that. So, okay, all really good stuff there. All right. Stay focused. You were asking me, Ryan, will pharma or VAX stocks get hammered this morning? Well, we're actually already seeing a lot of the VAX stocks getting hammered. They got hammered yesterday when the announcement was official. They are drifting a little bit lower here today. So I would expect maybe kind of another pull out of the open here. The one thing I will say, if I were to trade these here today, my direction would be to the downside, but I'd be careful about a potential bounce since we've had some quick movement. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a little bit of a bounce here. So yeah, there we go.
Nader, what happened to Lunar yesterday? That had their earnings, and then they reported that they showed a net loss that was larger than their. Well, of course, it was larger than their net profit year over year. So that's likely what pulled it down, even though they have the largest cash position they've ever had. And they still have another contract that they're likely going to be awarded to with NASA. So this could be a bit of an opportunity to get Lunar lower. I think Lunar is going to end up doing much better in the future. So wait for this thing to find a bottom or to start basing, and then you can make a decision on if you want to take a stab at this or not. Loser 101 asking, does volume concern you when trading penny stocks? It absolutely does. Absolutely.
Yeah, volume to me, if I am trading a penny stock, which I generally try to avoid, volume really tells the story. Volume to me, the most important indicator other than price. So with you there. All right. What else do you folks want to take a look at here today? Let's see. We've got 5 minutes. I'll tell you what, having this more time in the morning is really, really awesome. I feel like we have got through so much more stuff here. White Chocolate Mocha wants to take a look at GSAT.
Okay.
We can do that. That's going to be Globestar. This has recently been popping with those space plays, has it not?
Because it's in the satellite space. So
Yeah.
a lot of these space plays that I sent you that report on, they're all involved, or most of them are involved with satellites. So satellites are a bit hot right now.
Yeah, I would say pretty much anything in space here is a bit hot right now. Here is GSAT. This actually looks pretty good. We'll see if we can get above this $192, $2 area, maybe get up to 210. We shall see.
Yeah, some of these space plays, and there's another one that was getting mentioned, Manish saying ASTS. Yeah, a lot of these are having earnings right now. Some are going to move up, some are going to move down. Let all these earnings happen, and when we're done, let's see where they're at, because I think this is going to be part of a theme next year, especially with Elon Musk in the White House cabinet. So let's just let these things do their thing. I'm not saying that we should just be jumping into these now, even though they're really starting to get attention, but they're also short squeezing. A lot of these are very heavily shorted. So let's just wait this out. These will be coming. They'll come back. ASTS. I know that the big concern is that they're going to get their business eaten up by Starlink. Eventually, that might happen, but it's not going to happen anytime soon. Starlink doesn't quite use the same technology that ASTS does in their satellites. So they don't have low band frequency antennas that ASTS does. That's why AT&T and Verizon and a bunch of other telecoms carriers are using ASTS instead of Starlink. But T-Mobile is using Starlink, and that's going to start happening next year because they use a higher frequency band. So those little technical details are important in understanding why ASTS is going to be okay for the time being when it comes to the competition with Starlink.
Okay. Sorry, just answering another question here real quick. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Was there any other stocks that you folks want to take a look at here? Oh yeah, Zoltan. So first of all, there's also been some movement. How much time do we have? 3 minutes. Okay. There has also been some movement here with some of the Chinese stocks. I think there was David Tepper was talking about how he added to them. Alibaba shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected financial results. So we talked, Matt Maley has been talking a lot about, them kind of, we're waiting for more stimulus here. A lot of these Chinese companies might be good. I think David Tepper said, buy anything China. I don't want to misquote him, but I'm pretty sure that's what he said. One of the smaller Chinese companies that we've been looking at, this is actually a real one. This is WeTouch. They make touch screens for a bunch of different electronic devices here. They Zoltan here mentioning that the 10Q is out yesterday. 106 million in cash on hand, 20 million market cap, $9 per share. Stock made 22 cents in its last earnings, and this is a $1.70 stock. This one actually looks pretty good. I do own a little bit of this, and I own it actually just about right here. I own this at 179, so I'm 9 cents underwater on this little kind of a speculative position. Not one that we often cover here, Zoltan, but I appreciate you mentioning this. The other thing is with some of these earnings, they don't come out exactly when you think they're going to come out. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer, but we did get that last night. This one actually looking pretty good. So I'm in this for a little bit of a longer term. I'm not necessarily looking to kind of day trade this is going to be more of a hold. More of a hold. Okay, what other stocks do you folks want to take a look at?
We're going to open in 45 seconds.
Okay. ASTS will end up making the most telephone. Starlink's tech is not good comparatively. I totally disagree with that, especially for broadband. It's way better. What website do you use? Dude, we use Benzinga Pro here. What do you mean? We use Benzinga Pro. And James, if you're still out there, James is the man to talk to. He can often help you find a deal on that. So if you're looking for that, go ahead. But you can also try it for free. So be sure to do that. Okay, I'm going to flip over to the main workspace. Let's get ready for the market. We're going to have some fun. It's a Friday, almost at mice down, drinks up time. We're going to make some money prior to that here today. Looks like that penny stock is popping here right out of the open. Let's see.
What, Sero?
Yeah.
All right. I'm just kind of cycling through those moves we're talking about. We have GREE, RN, Sero, and SPPL.
Okay, I'm refreshing my platform here real quick. All right.
Archer lower today, out of the gate. Here's one that's also on that list that I made, SATS. That one's up 5% in the pre-market, but that one's selling out of the open. All these space plays are going to eventually do well. I'm pretty sure of it. RN, that one just went lower out of the open, but it's turning around, recapturing VWAP at the moment. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm glad you're mentioning that here. AREN looks like it just took out the VWAP and the 65 EMA there, at least temporarily.
Now it's going down.
Now it's breaking down here. Okay.
Zoltan asking about my about ALB going down. Thoughts? Let me see what that move down was. It was a pretty big move. I saw it. But you know, ALB. This is like already.
Bloom Energy is open, folks. Bloom Energy unhalted here. $22. Whoever had those 1350 calls, giddy up. In fact, you're going to get all of the sounds right now.
Yep.
Literally all of them.
There it is.
Pulling back now. $20. This is going to be wild here.
Man, you killed it with those. Yeah, I know, Mike, that aligns with EVs. They are probably one of the biggest lithium producers. And the reason I'm holding it for the long term is because I feel like lithium prices they're basing. So and we've already had a lot of supply cuts. So I think we'll see that turn around over the coming months. And I'll be holding on to it for that period of time. RN halted to the downside. GREE also down. Sero ripping. This thing's getting closer to 50 cents.
Yeah, it is. Wow. That penny stock.
Be careful with that one.
The gate here.
Yep. PULM also moving. This one from yesterday.
Ooh, that was a fun one.
Mm-hmm. And what else? What else? GREE also down. That right at the 200 EMA on the 5-minute. And here comes Bloom Energy going lower. So yeah, get out of those calls, and because they expire today, you don't want them anymore. Great job.
Sorry, just give me a sec here, 13.
No problem. I'm looking around to see what else is moving. And RCAT going. Says thinking about it. Still not up to the pre-market high, but it is moving out of the gate pretty good here. I see a little bit of a wall at $5. Let's see if we can get past 512, and then we can talk about 546.
I'm going to try, just give me a sec here. I'm going to try re-logging into Pro.
Yeah, I'm just kind of waiting this wildness out here. Actually, SPPL starting to turn around, but not sure if we're going to actually recapture VWAP quite yet. The cat. Now, are you actually referring to our cat, or are you referring to also Caterpillar? Take a look at Caterpillar, see what it's doing. It looks like it popped out the gate and then came right back in. So if you were quick enough, you captured $1.50. Sero pulling back after hitting 44 cents. RCAT has a Tuesday event. Let me bring up RCAT and see what that is exactly.
Okay. Let me go ahead and bring up RCAT now real quick.
Yeah. Where's that? When did they announce the Tuesday information? Because not seeing it right off the bat here. See that they've been awarded new contracts to the Australian Navy from the Australian Navy. Tell me where I should be looking. ASTS hammered. Yep.
Yeah, sorry about I'm obviously having some technical difficulties over here. Doing my best to get it working again.
Yeah, ASTS has a gap EPS miss by 90 cents, but the revenue is beat. Like I said, these are, they've had these pops. They're going to be back later. Can be a theme next year. Bloom Energy holding beneath VWAP, but it's holding above 19 at the moment.
All right, here we go on RCAT. Let me fix my chart up so we can see what stocks are what.
LP1's taking on water. I think, Nicholas, you're referring to Bloom Energy, because I'd agree with that.
Okay. Lunar. That's one. So what happened? So RCAT just moved. This was after the this is the wrong. Oh my God. I am all sorts of messed up here, 13.
Hope you're having a good Friday.
No, I am. All jokes aside, I am. I just have to work through some of the technical difficulties I was having. Looks like we're okay here. Here is Lunar. I'm actually going to change this to 10 seconds just so this works a little bit slower here.
Sero trying to push up beyond 44, trying to get into 45. Remember, folks, this has a pretty good size float, so this might have a hard time going further. But when it does sell, it's going to probably come in pretty fast. BENF, 1 and 3 minute, tell a different story. Again, we are shorting biotech. We are short biotech using Lab D. That's not a bad idea. That is not a bad idea.
Okay. All right. Now we look like we're in good shape here. BENF closing the distance back to the VWAP there. We'll see if it actually gets rolling and moves above.
Oh, wow. PULM is ripping.
Did we get any halts on that yet? That was the big one from yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Broke out of that flag. Yep.
Let's see here. Yeah, because it got to 787 yesterday. Lunar going to test 11. No, I guess after that sell-off, that was the time to grab it. But I feel like this is going to need some more time with all those others. We'll see.
No position on PULM.
What's some of the Mag 7s doing right now?
Apple. So that was the other thing. So real quick, I'll start here with Apple while you're looking some of those up, 13.
Okay.
We did have a 13F filing from Buffett yesterday that he sold 100 million of his 400 million Apple shares. So Apple was a little bit weaker here in the pre-market, still weaker past the open here, but that's the news that's going on Apple. So far, so good, reclaiming the VWAP and that 65 EMA.
Yeah. We've known that he's been selling Apple, so I guess that was just kind of confirmation that he was doing it. I think those 13F filings kind of revealed some good opportunities too. I think I even saw that someone was picking up adding more Nike. Yeah, Bill Ackman, Purging Square, added more Nike and Brookfield.
BENF right through the VWAP here, by the way, folks. BENF. Now it's pulling from that VWAP. That was quick. We'll see if this sets up to move through it.
Looks like the only one that was the Max 7 that was green this morning was Tesla, but now it is red. So all the Max 7s are red. Netflix also red after running into the fight event this weekend. So not sure what we're going to get out of that. I'm sure, but I believe that Netflix will sell off after the fight is over. So.
Well, so I saw you folks talking about that earlier. Any thoughts on the fight? I actually can't wait to watch this. I am going to watch this here. I did see at the weigh-in, Tyson slapped Jake Paul. I'm sure that was staged, but that was kind of funny. And what do you guys think? What do you guys think on that?
I think it's just to sell tickets.
Yep. No doubt about that, 13. No doubt about that. But we can still pick a winner. You can still entertain me. SPPL, watch if this reclaims the 65 EMA. VWAP would be next.
Jake stepped on his foot.
Hey, look, if you're going to be stepping on toes, you might get slapped in the face. I don't know what to say about that. Oh, by the way, we were asking about the vaccine stocks earlier here. BNTX, this was the weakest in the pre-market. This actually making another move to the lows here. BNTX, let's take a look at Moderna as well. Also to the lows here. So it looks like pretty much across the board, the vax stocks here moving down. Here's Pfizer, that's also down. NVAX would be another one here. All of these down off the open. STI, we talked about this one earlier. This pretty much retraced that entire move, although it is bouncing here on pretty decent volume.
Yeah, that's a good point, Smoke Tuna. I'm kind of just sitting on my hands right now. This market it's looking a little weak. There are some things that are running. I feel like if I try to jump into them, I'm probably going to get hammered. So I'm just waiting for some better setups. SPPL. That one probably I should have been taking a look at. That had some nice wicks on the bottom here, indicating that the buyers were stepping in. Now we're starting to get moving here. Pre-market high in SPPL is 160.
Okay, Amazon here down right out of the open. Amazon really kind of sick. Someone asked earlier, I think, what we thought on Amazon here. To me, this really needs to hold above. This really needs to hold above the Bezos wall. It's had a nice little pullback here. Let's see if it can hang on to 200. Currently at 205. Now, no position for me on Amazon, but this moving to the downside here.
Now, I wonder if the thought here with Amazon is because we're getting into, we're approaching Black Friday. We're getting into the holiday season. Do we start getting Amazon on weakness because their sales are likely going to be better the next quarter when they report all the earnings from the holiday season?
That's a good point.
It's this is a season. It's a seasonality play. I feel like that's going to be possible. I think this is a much better longer term hold. I couldn't tell you exactly what it's going to do in the short term. I'd feel better about just waiting for a lower price and getting it and holding it for the long term. But I think that's something if you'd want to consult a financial advisor on for the long term.
Yeah, I like Amazon. I don't necessarily have a plan to trade this for the Black Friday season, but you make some good points there, 13. We'll see if this can really kind of bottom out, give us a near-term bottom, and then we can give it a shot. Wis mentioning SPPL. Just wanted to make sure I got that one correct. That's one from our list here earlier. SPPL to the VWAP, it looks like. So we did take out that 65 EMA and then send us to the VWAP. Good stuff there.
Good stuff. 164 is still a target.
Mark saying, whoever said what's going on with Lunar, thank you. Mark, exemplifying why we trade in a group. And remember, one of the things that Scott Redler said this morning is definitely wanting to be trading as part of a group. This is something that we have been preaching for a long time. So whether it's a prop firm or your favorite group here, really good stuff, Mark. That's what we do. We raise the tide for everybody.
Hustle and Bustle wondering if this is our buy chance for Nvidia pre-earnings. If you're going to play it for earnings, when do they report? On Wednesday?
Wednesday after hours.
You still have a couple more days before they report. It's coming up to the 20-day SMA. I'd be curious to see if that holds or not. and you might be able to find that out prior to their earnings. But I don't want to tell you what to do with your money or how to trade this. If you're looking for weakness ahead of earnings, you're getting some now, but I don't know that you won't get more later. This thing has been on a tremendous run, so I think that there's going to be some more potential downside ahead of earnings. So that's just my thought on it, not advice, but I would personally want to see what happens with the 20-day SMA.
Real quickly here, AREN here, this is halted to the upside. I have this marked as the first halt, but I think that you're right. I think this might actually be the second halt. This taking out its VWAP and the 65 EMA. Next spot higher here, 225, then maybe even 238. AREN. We'll here we go. Sideshow
Nice.
T. First, so a couple of things here real quick. So first of all, registering. This group just helped me make $1,300. Awesome way to start a Friday, if I do say so myself. Thank you to whoever mentioned CERO. That was clean slate. So now the epic level of trolling, the circle is now complete. We talked about a penny stock. We then covered the penny stock. He then made fun of me for covering the penny stock. And now the group has made money on the penny stock. So we have completely gone around that entire circle. Sideshow. This is amazing. Way to go, dude. Way to go.
Yeah, and those upper shadows that we got about 15 minutes ago, that was a good warning about some downside, but it didn't break down quite yet. For me, it's trading beneath VWAP, trying to get back above it. Just keep in mind, this is a larger float stock than some of the ones that some of the other movers that we trade. I'm really surprised at the strength that Lunar has, but hey, I think that was kind of a big oversell, going under 10. So because this company's going to be very important to the lunar missions. So we'll see how much more we get out of Lunar today. Baba down. SPPL watching, says the Crow. Yeah, Crimp Biscuit Crow has great calls as well. So does Smoke Tuna, a bunch of our other folks here.
I've said it a number of times. I'm going to repeat it. Sorry if you're annoyed by it, but we have the best community online for stock trading without question. Without question.
Jonathan,
all because of you folks.
When I read your comment to Nick, I thought at first you were referring to mineral miners, but not Bitcoin. But the first thought I had on if we are seeing some weakness in mineral miners is that the Fed hinted that they might slow down how fast they cut. So that's
no rush to cut. No hurry, yeah. I think.
That's
right. I have those in the notes. I have the quote in the notes. Let me grid it because that's going to bother me. Powell, quote, with strong U.S. economy, Fed has no need to be in a hurry. The lower rates. Boop.
SPPL having a good reversal after opening. So it's trying to push up to 164, but it's running into a bit of a wall here at the $1.50 area. They can get through that. I think 164 is not only in the cards, but they'll probably break it.
PULM. RCAT, by the way, still holding under 5 here on RCAT.
PULM, you say? Careful of those upper shadows.
IBG being mentioned here by WIS. This just reclaiming its 65 EMA. Maybe have a curl back to the VWAP there.
Here we go. How high is SPPL going to go? All right. Because was this one the one that was halted? Or what was the one that was halted? It was
AREN was the one that was on 2 halts.
That's the one I think I should be looking at for the crazy targets. But I'll take a look at SPPL first and see if I can.
While you do that, we're going to take a look at Tesla, which is ripping here. 320 looks to be the next test here. This pretty good bounce off. What was this? 309. Really good stuff here on Tesla. Let me take a look at the daily chart here and see what we're looking at level wise. Yeah, as long as we stay above that, that's 315. Okay, really nice stuff here on Tesla so far.
SPPL, I would say 210.
AREN resumed here right at VWAP. Let's go back to SPPL. We'll do the visual aid for the target that you're talking about.
Interestingly, AREN hit their weekly 65 EMA. That's interesting. Let's see if there's another level right above that. So that was a very interesting spot that AREN went up to. They're halted. It's
halted again?
To the downside now.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. Halted again, man. I'll tell you what. I'm glad I'm not trading this one here today.
Yeah, I think
glad I'm not trading this. How's RCAT doing? Did we take 5 out yet? We're right at 5. Gosh, I kind of want to try RCAT through 5 here. I know the group loves RCAT.
Targets for lunar. Well, I think I have that because it's been blowing through them actually. 1075 is one of them. 1140 is next, and it's actually getting some resistance right about 1137. But 1140 is the next spot that I have to get over. It seems like there is pretty good amount of asks between 1130 and 1150. So the median is what I've got as the next breakout level. After that, you have 12 and then 1265. There you go, Mark.
RCAT testing 5 here. We just really need a volume pop through 5 on RCAT. That probably goes. You guys are talking about Palantir. We talked about Palantir earlier. Look at this, continues to rip here. Really awesome stuff for Palantir. Remember, this is moving on this, moving over to the Nasdaq from the NICE.
That'll be an incredible short one day.
One day. We talked about the forward PE here coming into this morning. What, 128? This is actually kind of funny too. Tangible book value, $1.97. Stock is $63.
Yeah,
but fundamentals don't really matter until they do. So they will at some point.
Oh, hey, James, thank you for that. That's a really good data point. Fun fact, Tesla price to earnings saw 1,400 PE before the sell-off in 2021. Where are they at now? But that was such a crazy run. Remember when it ran? It was like $3 toward the beginning of like 2020, something like that. And then that year it started just skyrocketing, and they had to split it, I think, twice.
This is Tesla, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they did 2 splits fairly close to each other.
It was incredible. So let's see here. What's the PE we got here now? Okay, so it's actually cooled off a little bit. It's only 90. Oh, man. But
BE has continued to come in. Sorry, 13.
No worries. Yeah, BE. We were talking about how that pop was probably going to be it. Now let's see where we can find some support here in this thing, because there's also a chance it might try and turn around after selling. That could be pretty soon. If it doesn't turn around at 18, I think maybe 17.25. I think it'd have to be pretty soon. There should be a bounce coming in BE. That would be my guess. Don't know that it's going to go back and take out 22, but I think the bounce is coming off the 18 handle.
I see Rivian calls getting bought here. That stock now sub 10, back to single digits.
Oh, dude. James just continues to flood the chat with great information. Thank you for reminding me about the Tesla going profitable. Now, okay, so
Double D getting it done.
Mm-hmm. And so he's saying Palantir seeing similar trends. So after they split again, because they split once already, right? Didn't Palantir split once already?
I don't think so. Let me check.
Okay, because if they
I got no record of it.
Okay, so that's going to be something that they could end up doing. That could help pull it down, because then the supply will be so heavy.
I mean, it's all right. Yeah, 1.93 billion shares in the float. You're talking about them splitting; it would be even more than that.
Yeah,
they got to buy back shares, is what they need to do.
Yeah, that would be and just kind of cancel that. Yeah, I keep forgetting how big their float is.
Yeah, it's gigantic. Oh, someone buying 60 puts for Palantir. 34K trade there. It's an aggressive one, but it's not a huge one.
SPPL running into some sellers around 150 to 155. Don't like the way those. Marcus Sniper saying SPPL going to 175. Lots of buyers at 115. Okay, so I'm seeing sellers at 150 in that area. You're seeing buyers at 115. There's your range, folks. Riding lunar to the moon. See y'all there. I'll join you one day. I do want to go to space. That is my death wish dream.
So wait a sec. Do you want to go to space and come back, or is that like your
Yes.
final chapter?
No, I want to go. Hey, it could be my final chapter, but if I do make the decision to go there, I do want to have all my affairs in order, because it could be dangerous. But I have always wanted to go to space.
You know what I wanted? My final chapter. You know what I'd like my final chapter to be? I would like to be just launched into space, just like in the coffin itself, launched into space, into the sun, so that I can then turn into stardust and be radiated through the universe. If we had any type of coronal mass ejection, or maybe even the supernova that is eventually going to be coming. So that's what I'd like to do. I'd like to go back to the sun and then be a part of the rest of the universe. That's because I'm a nerd.
Kind of like a Starship Troopers send off.
Kind of.
Yeah. Kind of. Or a Star Trek. Was Wrath of Khan, right?
That I don't
astral
remember.
Projection. Jesus. The BE was an amazing trade. Thanks for maybe it goes up. Maybe it does.
To the sun.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, because we were just there, right? Search for Spock. That was the following one where he was reborn, or I forget how that worked. But
I'll be honest with you guys. As much of a dork as I am, I'm not up on my older Star Trek, so I generally can't hang with you guys. By the way, our cat coming up in test in 5 again. Is this the attempt that it takes to get through 5?
Brett, I'll take it, Amanda. Oh man, that's a good one.
Hey, that's for you. That's for you. I'm trying to think of how I would handle that. If there's an afterlife, I would haunt your dreams, Amanda. that is about how I would handle that. I would haunt your dreams for the rest of your life if you did that.
Yeah, but if you're ever going to catch up on Star Trek, I would avoid the first one and start at 2.
Oh, you guys are absolutely awesome. This is another awesome morning here at Benzinga's Market Edge. CELU halt. This is a nice pop on volume. Great call here. What was this? Smoked tuna. Amazing.
I feel like Sero needs to actually break over these the 45-cent level, and in the process of recapturing VWAP, because it feels like this might roll over here. Those upper shadows don't look great. Volume starting to drain a little bit, and it's having a hard time getting above VWAP. I think we're getting indications that this could come back in. You know what, Mike? I felt like that was the case when I watched it, because there were some really funny things in that movie, even though it wasn't, a super traditional Star Trek movie. It was fun. Oh, look at Bloom Energy trying to get back above.
Yeah, is that curling? I suspected that was going to curl at some point here. I'm still waiting for our cap through 5 though. Here we go.
This is about the area where I was talking about it curling. So 18.
Color me shocked. 13. Color me shocked.
Color me shocked. Yeah. So there we are, starting to bounce here. Don't know if we're going to get back above VWAP, but that was a nice little bounce that we had. Happy little bounces. Andrew Senior TV. I don't know if this is a statement or an ask. FSL a good hold? I personally wouldn't. I mean, it's moving because it's moving because of the Bloom Energy news. It's a relationship trade. FSL, obviously that's fuel cell. I think Nikola may also be moving on this news. NKLA, that really junky fraud car company. Yeah, that's up slightly today. They do fuel cells as well. So a little bit of a theme with this, the fuel cell and Bloom Energy.
Bernard, I thought you'd want to be buried on Oak Island. Let's see what they find there first. Let's see what they find there. Right now, my choice, I want to be ejected into the sun. I want to be sent into the sun so that I can be redispersed throughout the universe.
When the show series renews in 100 years, maybe they'll find you.
Now, wouldn't that be something?
Oh, man, I'm funny sometimes. Not always. Shatner kicks Christopher Lloyd in the face. That's right. Christopher Lloyd was in that movie. And it was great that they cast him because he was starting to get that 5 head, so he made a perfect Klingon.
13 goddamn jokes.
All right, Bloom Energy now back over 19.
SPPL, great bounce at the VWAP there, by the way. Great bounce at the VWAP. RCAT still kind of holding in here. We'll see if that snaps 5. I would imagine it's got to.
Bloom Energy getting a little bit of volume. Crow mentioning ULM and SPPL. SPPL, what's that doing? Is that trying again? Okay, so got a little bit of help on the VWAP there. Still trying for that 164 pre-market high. And you also said Palm.
This PULM looks like this might try to go for those highs there.
Yeah, it looks like it's trying to for 6. 6 was 5.99. We'll just say 6. 6 is the level that it seems the sellers are hanging out at.
By the way, just as I had mentioned here when I was asked in the pre-market, the vaccine stocks might sell off out of the open, but watch for the bounce. So far, that's what we're getting here. They are starting now. Will this bounce continue? That's something to be seen here, but it did sold off a little bit more, and now we're starting to bounce. Uranium names spiking on volume. CCJ, is there news here? CCJ spiking here on volume, continuing to go. Might try scalping some of this here. CCJ?
What's the 2X uranium ETF? Is that URAA? Yes.
Trying a little on that pull right there. We'll see if we get it.
So that one is not moving at all. Yeah, I'm not sure what the news is. Any idea why RN is halting so much? If it's it might be either share or volatility. I mean, it's how many shares?
Here, let's see if I have reasons here. No, I think this is just volatility. But why? I see what they mean. Like the range is really not even that crazy, and for whatever reason, it's just halting a whole bunch here. CCJ stopped out trying to trade that pop a little bit late to it. Might come back on. Still kind of watching it. Still waiting for that RCAT breakout as well. We shall see, folks. CCJ coming back to the top.
SPPL. That one's still trying to push up there.
CCJ, let's go. Let's go. Pop higher. Take that high a day. Yes.
Josh saying SMCI to 17.
I'll stop cheerleading. Sorry. Oh, there it goes. And we're out. CCJ, that scalp. All right. Got stopped out on the first one. Rebought. Let's go. Yes. 54 there. I'm actually going to wait for this to set up again here. I noticed that URA, that was the ETF that you were mentioning about. That's also popping here. There's got to be news going on. What am I missing? UUU is on here. Denon is on here. UEC. All the uranium names popping huge. Call sweeps and all of those. Let me see if I can figure out what's going on.
Is there news on the SPY about that?
Yeah, check for me.
Not seeing anything yet. Bloom Energy, I mean, this is really starting to curl, though. They just brought a big seller in at 1955. See if that gets taken out or not. We're looking for a breakout to the upside, Anthony. That'd be cool.
VIX is curling here, 15 on the VIX.
Business inventories data. Yeah, manufacturing, production, retail inventories for XIII. Yeah. I don't know that it's
CCJ still
gonna be-
going, by the way. That was awesome. That was awesome. RCAT pulling, actually, RCAT guys, snapping that 65 EMA and the VWAP here. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Stopped out of that too. That one's not going to go. At least we made it back with CCJ. Wow. Could not break 5 there. So we'll see if RCAT sets back up.
Just trying to see if I can.
Sero went back to its 65 EMA, reclaimed it. BENF looking heavy, looking like this may completely round trip here.
So there is a company, a mining company called Auric Minerals that is going to acquire Central Uranium Resources for 1.37 million. That was 19 minutes ago.
Okay.
There's France's Orano warns of financial problems at Niger's uranium plant. That was 4 hours ago.
Market Sniper saying Russia imposed temporary restrictions on export of uranium to the U.S.
Okay.
That would cause some of these to pop, I feel like.
Yeah. I'm seeing there's several different uranium headlines over the past few hours. So not sure which one it's moving on, but maybe that concentration of different headlines is just, causing that movement in the entire sector.
Yeah, I think it's this Russian headline. Great stuff there by the group grabbing that, by the way. You guys are just awesome yet again.
Yeah, that was a good one. Ja, I really wouldn't worry about SMCI. I think this company is it's going to get worse and worse for this. And I know yet there's a potential bounce coming as soon as it fills the gap to the downside. That gap, by the way, fills at 1679. So you might get a brief bounce there, but I still think that this company's going to end up being delisted. Just don't be in it when that happens.
Voodoo mentioning NNE, that upticked. Yeah, it sure did. I wonder if SMR did as well while we're talking about it. Yeah, it sure looks like it did.
Yeah, Smita, that was the case too. No problem. Maybe we're wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that what you're saying was already the case. So I'm not sure. All right. So, this thing, AREN, it's like you got 2 green candles and then 2 red candles. And now we're starting, we had 2 green candles just recently, and now we're halted on our first red candle. So we'll probably get a second red candle and halt there and then turn around and go green. Let's just jokingly say that that's what's going to happen. Let's see what we get. Root popping off? You don't say. That thing goes back and forth. So let's see. Root popping off. 8302 is the high. What's Carvana doing? Because they are tied together. Looks like Carvana just bottomed after popping up to 241.47 at the open. Came back in, found a bottom or base intraday at 236.37. Now it's trying to turn around and come back up to VWAP. Bloom Energy still hanging out above VWAP. I think this is trying to look for that break over 1950 again. Root up $4. Does SPPL still have a chance?
Yeah, dude, it's still above its VWAP here. I mean, it's used the VWAP as support. It's actually moving for the 150 high right now. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, with some asterisks, it is getting less volume. So it looks like it could be in the process of starting to weaken. It really needs to get over that 155 intraday high if it's going to get to 164. Now, let's say that actually happens where it breaks over 155 and hits 164. I also look at 164 as a potential selling area as well, especially with how weak it is trying to get up there. It looks like GREE might have found a bottom. We'll have to wait and see if that's the case. It could still go lower, but 271 is the lowest print of the day here.
Quick check-in on the market too. Everything to the downside. Red arrows across the board. Tech leading the way down here. Qs leading the way down.
I can try to give a brief explanation, Joe, about why Riot is lower and Bitcoin is high. Bitcoin is just, you know, the spot price of the asset, and Riot's an actual company that has costs and overhead, and you know, spends money to operate. So it's going to move. It'll move up when BTC moves up, but you know, traders are going to trade it like it's a company because it is. It's not just the asset only. Here we go with Bloom breaking on out. Like to see it. Now there might be more to it than just that.
That was a really good call on Bloom. Yeah,
there might be more to it than that. There you go. Replay Game Lab also giving a little data point there. So it's you know, a number of things, but I think the big difference is you're talking about a company versus just an asset. Everything red on the screen except Palantir.
SPPL also not red. This popping over the pre-market highs, but really everything is red on the screen. Tom's right here. I mean, everything is down.
Perfect. This is the move you wanted to see in SPPL. We were talking about it going to that 164. It actually printed 167. This is where it could start to sell some more. So you'd either want to hope that this pushes up into the 170s and goes higher, but that is a lot of sell orders in the way from accomplishing that. So we might see some selling here in SPPL.
Great job for all of you that were trading SPPL. Hooked another one here today. Really, really good stuff. Really, really good stuff.
Yeah, and Jonathan Cooper with a really good point too on IBM. I'm sorry, BTC and IWM. Kind of merged those two, didn't I? There's a lot of different ways to watch and see the difference, or to look for the differences. And this is another one. Looking for things that align. Yeah, rest of your in SPPL, that was good. Lunar making its way back up, could hit 1120.
UEC still at the highs. URG, same deal.
Let's see.
SPPL Lunar going for new highs.
So Lunar, actually, we already hit 1167 this morning. So we got through that 1140 we were talking about earlier. Came back in, finding support from VWAP right now. So we are trying to push back up to 1140 and take that out. If we can hold above 1140 for at least 15, 20 minutes, there's a good shot that we'll hit 12 as well. ATAI. Riot has very clear meme parabolic ups and downs. That thing is very volatile. Absolutely. All right, so Bloom Energy, just kind of waiting to see if we're going to continue to hold VWAP. The longer we hang out here above VWAP, the more I feel confident about this moving into 20. I do see that there is a pretty good ask at 1995. So we'll have to see what volume does when it gets there. It's going to need a good amount of volume to chew through that.
CCJ at the highs still.
SPPL popped through that 164 and got as high as 178. Now it's going back in a little bit more.
Man, market continuing to pull here.
Okay, so let me talk about SPY levels here, since it looks like we're going to start hitting some.
Yep.
All right, next previous all-time high that we're on the trajectory to hit is 586 and 12 cents. There's another one right beneath it at 585.27. Those all-time highs put in on October 14th and 17th. Right beneath that is a 20-day SMA at 584.52. I feel that we're coming down to that area where I think we could see some consolidation between those two previous all-time highs. We got support in that area back on November 6th. So that'd be the first spot I'd be looking for support if we continue to get some downside in the SPYs between those two previous all-time highs.
Real quickly here, this market overview graphic, someone had joked earlier about everything being red except Palantir. Yeah, Fact check true. It does look like that is pretty
Financials.
much the only green spot there. Yeah, you're right. Financials, they're hanging on to green, but Palantir, bright green spot in a sea of red out there.
Watch DXYZ and VIX futures. Yeah, DXYZ. That's gonna. Hey, if they got part of SpaceX, that's one good reason to pick them up.
This has actually been a really good move here today.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Sero is trying to turn around here.
VIX still climbing, by the way.
MACD is telling me that this could still go lower. Bloom Energy, yeah, looks like we are still trying for 20 here in Bloom Energy. Lunar, that one popped up to 140, a little bit higher, and then got slapped down a little bit, but still above VWAP. So it looks like that 1140 is a spot that needs to get taken out here pretty soon. Big wall at 1152 as well, 1150 also. I mean, Crimp Biscuit, have a great weekend. Great for killing it.
Take care, Crimp Biscuit. Pretty good stuff here all week, 13. We've had really good stuff all week, dude.
All oil stocks are green. Here's my thought on oil real briefly, because I feel like we could see some weakness in some oil names. We got a weakening economic. I'll get it out. Don't worry. Hold on a second. We have a weakening economic activity in China, so we're going to probably see less demand from them. And then we have Trump that's going to be in the White House, who is going to likely increase or push to increase oil production here. I think we see oil prices come down as a result. Don't know how long that's going to take, but that's kind of what I would get. I'd be looking at for oil. Made some profit from the SMCI puts. Hell yes. Their pain is your gain.
That's right.
All right, Lunar over 1140. Let's see if we can take out this 1150 here.
NVD continuing to trade to the high. We've talked a lot about this recently, about some of these ETFs mirroring Nvidia. The market getting pounded here. Nasdaq futures literally pounding the lows as we speak here. This continuing to go higher.
Yes, and no problem, Florida Yacht Insurance Guy. I do like natural gas, though, and I still do like midstreams. I still think those would be okay, especially natural gas. I think that's going to be a big theme next year.
Yeah, I agree with you. So does Tim Melvin, by the way. We talked about that with Tim the last time I was on with him. Tim Melvin also really likes natural gas.
Yep. Here we go. Lunar.
See if it breaks the top here on Lunar. I'd be interested in that.
167. There's a wall there. Stellar's trying to fortify it. Trying. NVDQ looks a bit less pricey. This is Crow. It's the export controls that need to be lifted, and I have every expectation that Trump's going to do that when he's in office.
Good job, Chris. Big B's, sorry.
Florida Yacht Insurance Guy. I would think the tankers are probably going to be a really good spot to take a look at. The ship tankers that are going to transport liquid natural gas. I'd take a look there. That's where I would look. So here's a new development. AREN is open and not halting.
Looks like it's trying to go lower, to be honest.
Yeah, this is sideways to me. It's slightly beneath my VWAP. I don't know what this is going to do, but whatever direction it chooses, that's probably where it's going to go for a short period of time. CERO trying to get back up to VWAP. This MACD is also starting to curl too. Be careful with CERO. We already talked about how this could be problematic going forward for the company with RFK.
Cracker Barrel put sweep. I didn't even realize Cracker Barrel was a public company, but here we go.
Oh yeah, Show is.
Lunar back to those highs. It actually did take out that high. It looks like printed above 1170 is that high.
I gotta say, Mike mentioning that Lab D, that was great. That was a great short. It's been working out all morning. Loved it. Brian Jones, excellent. Excellent, excellent. When you guys are making money, I'm happy.
Yeah, especially when you're here on a Friday and you're profitable early and then you're starting your weekend early. I don't really think it gets much better than that. Really, really great stuff here. Lunar's still trying to break this 1170 as we speak here.
And RN also trying to push up. The intraday high is 215. It's had a hard time trying to get up there and break above it because there's a lot of pre-market consolidation in that area. But if we do break above it, 237 is the pre-market high. We should be headed there. SPPL got as high as 178 and then formed a tweezer top, looks like. We'll have to see if this tweezer top holds. We did the same thing in pre-market and it started to sell off into the open. And then after the open, we had that initial pull and came back up. So be careful with SPPL. We could negate this tweezer top, but I think it's going to end up losing VWAP here pretty soon. Lunar, is that doing the thing?
It's still waiting here. It's hovering right under that 1170 high. I'm kind of watching this for a potential move through and a scalp above. We get a range break, but not yet. Not breaking down yet either. They've actually been bringing in bids here, 13 at about 1163, 1162. They've been getting eaten, but it hasn't broken down after that. A little bit of a size here at 1167, and a little bit more at 1170.
Oh, yeah, Mike, I agree. And Parker Thinkorswim too. GEO, it has been buy, praise, and sell biotech. Also, if you want to do another play on the deportation theme, you could also do AXON. They make a lot of equipment for crowd control, and they make the
body cams mostly.
Body cams, yeah. Tasers, things like that.
Big seller now here in Lunar, 1152. That's going to need to go before this goes. Lunar continuing to break down here. We'll see. This might be a pull to VWAP.
We first stop. We have 1140. That's a support level. And if we lose that, then yes, I agree with VWAP.
Yep.
Profiteering off of deportation. I guess you could look at it that way. The thing is that these companies are going to be used. MSI, it is sad, but it's also going to be rounding up the criminals too. Geo.
Yeah, I won't even get into it. Won't even get into the political stuff on that.
Yeah.
We'll avoid it.
We don't want to talk about that. That's not what we're here about. Sero trying to recapture VWAP. RCAT looks like looks like it's trying to turn around, but I'm not really confident that it's going to get back up to VWAP quite yet. If it goes, but Ja, are you referring to Lunar?
Yeah, Lunar. We're just waiting out this pull, I think, at this point. No go on Lunar here.
Hey, I'm glad you had a good day, BB. Market in bear territory. Careful.
Sure feels like it. We haven't had multiple down days in a row in forever.
Smita, you saw something that said SMCI is getting delisted on Monday? I haven't seen that yet. Is that?
Yeah, neither have I.
If that's the case, dang, that's getting delisted for sure. Then I don't think this is going to get saved. They already scuttled that opportunity. It's gone down. No earnings report. The past 2 earnings reports, nothing. Ernst & Young walked away saying they're being stonewalled or without getting information withheld. There's something really, really bad happening here. It's likely has to do with export controls, and they violated them, and they're just not able to give any earnings report because they don't know how bad the fine's going to be yet. Sorry, you had something to say there, Ryan.
It's okay. You covered it.
Oh, is that what you were going to get?
Yeah, I mean, like Ernst & Young basically said that they couldn't rely on the accuracy of information working with the management team. I don't know how much worse it needs to get than that. That's that one. Like I had said before, I don't say this often, especially if I'm calling for price on stuff, but SMCI has a real chance of being a 0.
Oh yeah.
I'm not saying that's for sure. I'm just saying it has a significant chance.
Yeah, and Mike, thank you for mentioning the stop. I appreciate that, because I did see that pop, and then I looked over and I saw your comment. And I was like, that's not a bad idea. Because yeah, that was a pretty nice pop there. Can BTC play running against the grain? You don't know. Lunar might hit 1180. It's entirely possible.
Yeah, I mean, Lunar's trying to curl back up off this recent pull. It didn't quite get to the VWAP, so maybe it's not done yet, but it is trying to bounce here.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying, Jonathan Cooper. Can as in Canaan, the Bitcoin mining machine company.
That's Canaan, right? Ticker CAN. You're talking about?
Canaan? Is it Canaan? Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
so
I believe.
Yeah. Well, it's the export controls, Amanda, is the real big thing. That's, I don't know how many companies have violated that, but finding that there are chips in Huawei devices is going to prompt the government to tighten up on that. There could be other chip companies. I mean, we already see that TSM is getting told to not sell anything to China. Samsung also got that same note too. Who's next? Yes, Ja, that's true. But if their accounting is if they're fudging the numbers, then that legitimacy really comes into question.
Lunar here is trying to bounce. We'll see if we can get back up to that 1170 here on Lunar. LUNR.
ASML dipped. Does Mike? Yeah. This thing has just been getting pummeled ever since that peak in July. This thing is now death crossed, and man, this could probably go down to 565. We could lose another $100 from here probably. Yes, Bigabees, thank you. That's kind of the point that I was getting at, and that's because you had mentioned that, and that's why I remembered it. Seagate, they were fined for export control violations. So how much has SMCI sent over, their products that they sent over to China that they weren't supposed to? That could be billions that they're being fined. Good. That's what we want to see, Felipe. Chip away.
Yes, we do. We want to see this 1170 break. Long Lunar here for a scalp. My price 1156. So I want to see if this breaks above.
Rocket Lab turning back around. That's having a not so bad day, but understand that this thing is pretty overvalued. It did a little more than 100 million in sales last quarter, but the valuation, the market cap is like almost 9 billion. Now, I think eventually, because of I took a look at the business and what they're involved with and how close to the U.S. government they are. I feel that eventually they could grow into that valuation. It's not going to happen in a year, but eventually this company is going to, because of what they're working on and what they're scaling into and how their capabilities, Rocket Lab's going to be a pretty big, a pretty important player in the whole space theme. Very important. They and I know there's a question of, well, how do they compete with SpaceX and what is it? Is it ULA, United Launch Alliance, or whatever the other company is? Rocket Lab actually is more focused on sending smaller payloads up, much smaller than what SpaceX has for on their Falcon 9, their Falcon Heavy, and eventually their Starship. Those are for putting up larger payloads. Rocket Lab, they send up like 600 pounds in their current Electron rocket, and they have a Neutron rocket that they're going to be testing next year, and they're going to have it ready to go by 2026. That's going to immensely increase the carrying capacity, and they also are able to launch to 120 launches a year with their Electron rocket from their New Zealand private launch platform complex. But they also have a secondary complex in Virginia that is exclusively used to launch U.S. government satellites. They do up to 12 launches a year.
My boy's wicked smart.
This has been my hell for the past week.
Your hell.
I mean, look, there's probably I probably know more things about these space plays than I really would want to, and when it's really some rabbit hole stuff. And even in that report that I wrote, it wasn't. I felt it was super incomplete because there was just so much stuff to talk about. I mean, we even talked about like how biotech is involved in space.
Yeah. You also left out all the references to Star Trek and Wrath of Khan, which was I was a little bit disappointed with. So.
Yeah, but I would have been typing forever. SpaceX does not use, well, that depends. What are you talking about? Is it the Falcon 9 and the Falcon Heavy? Because they use a mixture of RP1, but the Starship is using methane and oxygen. I'm not a genius. You can think that, but I'm not.
I'm holding out until I try your fried turkey. Once I try your fried turkey, then maybe we can talk genius and how good it is and all of that, but we'll see.
Yes, there are a lot of things I don't know. I just read a lot. That's really what it comes down to. I just read a lot. The world, the entire world, the things that happen in the world are so interesting to me. I'm not particularly fond of books because they have endings. But the news is there's something new every day. You can try to see if you can email Ryan. He'll send it to you.
What's that?
The that write-up I did for the space plays.
Oh, sure.
It's please just use it as just a piece of information. It's not trading advice or investing advice.
It makes no reference to how to trade any of these things. The way I describe this 13 is it's kind of an annotated watch list. So if you're interested in any of these actual names, there's going to be little notes to refer to. We just did that yesterday.
Yeah.
Just did it yesterday.
Rob Oski, they don't go to space, so I don't know. I would imagine it depends on how cold it is. If it's getting too cold for them, they're going to haul ass on over there. So it might go faster. I don't know. That's a joke. I don't know. Here we go. Lunar.
Breaking down.
Yeah. All right. Looks like Bloom Energy is still trying to knock on the door of 20. RCAT is holding sideways.
I'm seeing still weakness across the board in the market. There are just no bounces. This thing is coming in. At least not yet, anyway.
Imagine Con stars in Fantasy Island. That could get hot. Root, here we go, trying to break the intraday high of 83.80. We're just kind of right on the doorstep there. And fun morning, folks.
Has been. It has been.
Yeah, Tom, it will. I don't know when it's going to happen, though. Gosh, you know, I have never tried to master those fantasy or fictional languages. Thing on.
I have the Elven dictionary, English to Elvish dictionary for the Lord of the Rings one. That's one of my. I mean, look, I'm not good at it, but that's pretty sweet.
That's a cool language.
Yeah, it is.
That's a cool language.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Only for mega nerds, though. There's a lot of people that don't necessarily think that that's cool. Cyril, appreciate the $1.99. Let us know if there's a chart you'd like to break down. You're awesome.
And Anthony, I'm sorry for your $10 loss, but hey, man, I'm glad that it wasn't more than that. And you'll come back here on Monday, and you'll do better.
Absolutely. Voodoo, yes, we will have Anne Marie today. She's coming up actually, she's coming up in 25 minutes here. Ryan, that equals like 100 nerd points. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah. So, I mean, I really have wanted to, I'm just bad at languages.
Yeah, I'm not good at learning them either. That's my biggest problem. It's not easy. They say you're much better at doing that when you're a kid, but man, I struggle learning a new language.
So that SPY is coming down into that range between the two previous all-time highs. So we're looking for a loss of 586.12 and support before or at 585.27. That would be the range between those two moving averages. I'm sorry, between the two previous all-time highs, and then the moving average of 20-day SMAs right beneath that, currently hanging out at 584.47.
When does the show end? Market Edge ends at 11. We're going to have Anne Marie's show right after that, and an Option Sandy right after that. So we got content going at least until 12. I'd have to check with the producer to see what's after that.
Let me just see here. I'm just trying to see what folks are saying. Elon Musk and Peter Dinklage in the remake of Fantasy Island. That's a I don't know, what would the kid be? Like, would it be named after some kind of aircraft? SPY might jump on that dip. Well, I think we're almost at that previous all-time high. I think it's going to be in that. Let's see, that November 6th candle, that one is low as 585.39. So let's kind of just see if we get anything like that.
Stay focused here. Ryan, the play last night was SOXS. Indeed, it was. It's been a rocket since those AMAT earnings. It's been trading a lot better, too. You can get an idea of what we're looking at here. SOXS. This has been good. Didn't have this one. Totally offsides on this down move. I told you, as soon as I tried to join the bulls, it was going to go the opposite direction, and I was exactly right yet again.
Walter Lyons, got to tell us what books you've written. That's great. I know we had an option.
I do like reading. Unlike 13, I really do enjoy like.
Hey. Oh, books. Yes, I like reading. It's just books. They end.
Have you ever read the Three Body Problem?
I have not
awesome.
read the book. I know what it is, and I feel like I'd want to understand the mathematics behind it before I start reading the book.
Okay, well, you can look up the Three Body
book, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can look up the Three Body Problem and get a pretty solid understanding of that in 20 minutes. I'd be happy to talk to you about the actual Three Body Problem, but the book itself is amazing. The trilogy is supposed to be incredible. I have the second one, but I haven't started it yet. I'll let you know.
Root ripping?
Root has been. Yeah, Root's been. This was a mini handle earlier today.
It broke out of the 83, 84, level there that it's been trying to get over all morning. Looks like there's a lot of slowing down here in the market.
Yeah, there sure is. And even, I mean, the SPY looks like the downside here is slowing down. We'll see if that holds. I don't see a lot of great setups here. I've been kind of looking at some other charts as well. SPPL maybe still. CCJ move looks to be overcooked. Lunar is coming into the VWAP, so maybe that gets a bounce.
So this from the all-time highs that we made, that was at 617 cents. We have only moved down about 2.3% off that high.
Yeah.
So we still haven't really got a big pullback. We're just, not 5% quite yet. No correction here yet. So.
And I mean, the other thing is keep in mind, we're in the season for tax loss selling too. So
yes.
this market move, this is almost certainly tax loss selling. And I mean, we'll see if that turns around here. I suppose if you were still dealing with the wash sale rule and you liked something and you wanted to sell your loss for the purpose of tax loss and then buy it back before the end of the year, you pretty much need to be doing that right now. Because you got to wait those 30 days.
Coin is on the verge of breaking over its pre-market high, which was 289.11 cents.
That was a great trade recently, Coin. That was a really, really good one.
I don't know if Bitcoin and the other names are coming back. Let's double check here and see what we got. Looks like Bitcoin itself is trying to turn around after hitting a bottoming area of about 87 and 750. Let's look at Mara. We get the same thing. So Mara looking more like Bitcoin's chart. And
here is Bitcoin's chart, by the way.
Yeah, but I mean, like on a intraday, like a 5-minute. Because they're all curling right now. The Bitcoin is curling, Riot, Mara, they're curling. Like if you go to a 5-minute chart, you can see what I'm referring to.
Yeah, actually, I think it drew some poor data in here. Yeah, sorry about that, 13.
No worries. So Coin looking a little bit different. This is, the thing that's I think that we have to remember about Coin when it comes to this one and Mara and Riot and CLSK. Coin actually pulls in money from people trading Bitcoin, so there's a little bit of a revenue element there for this company compared to the other Bitcoin names. Sava popping.
Oh gosh, here we go again with this name.
That's how you know the market top is in. Is when
yeah, I was going to say absolutely. Palantir,
all right,
moving to the highs here again. This thing has been awesome. Palantir continuing.
So for Sava, 50-day SMA is at 27.50. That's going to be the spot to get over. We tried that earlier this month, actually Friday and Monday, the past 2 Fridays and Mondays. We were hammering that, came back in. Now we're back for another test. This is where you're going to want to see it take out that 50-day SMA and close above it. Rocket Lab worth watching. Take us to the moon.
Yes, Mike. There were several recent insider sales here on Coin. This was November 12th and 13th. The director, the chief, what is this? Chief, come on. Chief accounting officer and the CFO all sold shares. Lots of shares too.
Oh
my God, come on.
You might have one letter too much in that ticker, Jonathan Cooper. Let me see if I can find the one you're referring to. No I, NLST. Okay, so we've lost the 20-day SMA today. I mean, I would say, oh gosh, what does this company even do? Okay, so this is
real quick. Sorry, 13.
No worries. I mean, it's going to be a penny stock. It's under $1 now. At least that's what I'm currently seeing. It should be at 98 cents. It looks to me like it's eventually going to come back down to 84 and test that bottom. Yeah, I think it's going to lose 90 cents. But I am not playing that. I want to see a nice wick on the on the underside of the candle, and right now it's just a solid real body. That's about as bearish as you can get, but we're still not done with the day yet. So that's, for me, I want to see what, where's the bounce going to happen, because right now, with being as solid as it is, I haven't seen a bounce yet.
BTCT, this is a good call here, Gary. This did pop here on volume. This is actually trying to go back to the VWAP there. Not in it, but watching it.
That was the most fun we had all week with that one.
Oh man,
that was
BTCT, BTCS, BTCM, the halts.
Yeah, that was great.
Ones. Yeah, absolutely. That was probably the moment of the week for sure.
And then when we came back the next day and we're like, okay, watch what happens with BCTS when BCTC halt, or whatever the other one halts. Gosh, that was such a good relationship trade.
Those are fun.
I hope folks made money on that one, because that was fun to watch.
Oh, we did. It'll be interesting. We're seeing here Nvidia next week from Walter. Next week might be really awesome, right? We'll see what happens here with Nvidia. I'm interested to see how that reports, and then perhaps more importantly, how it trades, because I wouldn't even be shocked if it beat the number and then traded down. We'll see. We'll see.
Here's some things that I'll be watching for. Let me just pull Nvidia up so I can make sure I get the.
I can bring the chart up here too if you want.
I'm actually looking at their calendar.
Okay.
Hold on a second, because I want to see how they performed in past earnings. Because I think if we see expectations not be met, or kind of fall short of expectations, even though they may report like a top and bottom line beat, I think the expectations and the guidance are really good at what we're going to have to watch for, because I expect they'll still have a good report, but going forward is going to be the thing that I think is going to determine whether or not this continues to go up higher or not.
Yeah.
Okay, come on. What is going on with the calendar? I might need to restart this. Bear with me, folks.
All good. 13. Take your time. Gorv, by the way, is spiking. GORV. What's going on here? There's got to be news on this, doesn't there? Lazy Days announces comprehensive recapitalization and asset sales, resulting in significantly strengthened balance sheet and streamlined operational footprint. GORV halted here to the upside on that, plus 21.5% on that PR here. Did anyone catch that one? I'm a little bit late to it, it looks like. GORV. Don't think I've ever traded that one before.
Lazy Days Holdings.
Yeah.
That's a fun name. Okay.
Look, I'm a big fan. I'm a fan of Lazy Days as much as the next guy, but I don't think I've ever traded the stock. Is SPPL going back towards? Yeah, it is. Right back towards the highs here on SPPL. Let's see if we can break out that 178 is going to be your high print there. The Gore. Oh man, there was the right day for the Star Trek references, it appears. The Gore, resistance is futile.
Nice.
Oh, well done thinking about it. Well done.
So the thing I was looking at for Nvidia is their surprise revenue beats. Those have been getting smaller and smaller. And if we see a revenue beat that's smaller than 4 or 3%, or even less than that, we could maybe see some selling in it. It's on a trajectory based on the previous expectations for their revenue. They've been getting lower and lower and lower.
Yeah.
If it goes red, or if it doesn't meet expectations, then we might see an unwinding of the semi trade. So let's just see what we get.
These earnings are going to be big, 13. They're going to be big. CYCN is open. Good call here, Wisp. Palantir above 64. Is that continuing the next leg higher? Rip shorts on Palantir.
I mean, they could beat their they could do 33 billion in revenue, but going forward, it's going to be the big question mark, especially with all these the U.S. coming down on the companies that have been violating export controls. It kind of makes me wonder, how is Nvidia handling that, especially with companies like SMCI. Now SMCI is not going to. Remember, we were joking about, hey, ask Nvidia if SMCI's checks are clearing. That's kind of what I'm wondering.
Yeah, and I wonder if we'll get insight into that from this report.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good point. 13.
Yeah, the Lab D, that was awesome.
I missed that one completely. Bummer.
Aaron halted to the downside.
Way too many halts here for Aaron. This is his 8th halt today.
Yeah,
8th.
this thing's got more stops than a bus route.
Take that.
Lunar is still trying to push back above 1140.
It does have a little bit of size there that it needs to chew through at 1140.
You know what? That's a good little sideways conversation here. What round will the Tyson fight in?
Well, so here's the thing. Here, I'll start. Unless you don't want me to start.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I would say that this is definitely going to be there. Like we discussed about this kind of being a money grab. I would imagine this is going to have to go several rounds for that. If that's the case, especially if it's all rigged, this can go several rounds. If this is any type of real fight, I can see it being over in round 1. I think Mike catches him the wrong way. It's lights out and this is done. But my bet, if I were betting this, and I'm not, I have no money on this, I would bet probably, I would say 5th or 6th round. Remember, Tyson's almost 60.
Yeah, and I don't know that he'd even go that long. For me, I think it's just a couple of things. What does everybody want to see, and how is it going to happen? I think a lot of people want to see Mike knock him out.
Yeah. 100%. That's exactly what I want to see. 100%.
So I'm not sure that stretching this out is really anything that anybody cares about. I don't know that they necessarily want to see a long fight. They just want to see Tyson knock Paul out. This other thing is how is that going to happen? Well, I could see Tyson maybe knocking him down in the first round and then knocking him out in the second. I'm sure that the Tyson power punch is still there.
I can actually give you some boots on the ground reporting there. Well, he did not hit me. The last time that I saw Mike in person, I shook his hand, and he is just as strong and has the power in his arms, chest, and legs. His legs look like tree trunks. They're like this. He'll be fine. The power is still there, confirmed.
Yeah, so that would be my thought is Paul gets knocked down in the first and knocked out in the second.
Yeah, and Mike, same deal. I tower over him in terms of height, and he is thick and built, and if I got into a fight with that 58-year-old man, I would not survive to see the sun the next day.
Yeah, see, I'm kind of giving 2 rounds to this fight because what Sero was saying, Paul does have some, it's a little bit, but he does have talent. He has beaten, real fighters.
He's got a really awesome right hand. Like his power right is not a joke.
And I do want to at least give him some of that. At the same time, a lot of these fighters that he's been fighting, they're not boxers. They're MMA fighters. Yeah. So you're basically taking weapons.
And I mean, hasn't Paul, when Paul's fought like an actual like professional boxer or fighter, he's not done well, right? I don't watch boxing a lot. I want to see this one. Let me know though.
Yeah. Jerry thinking knockout Tyson knocks him out. I guess what you're saying in the 3rd round.
Yeah, that's a Tyson knockout in the 3rd round. That's what he said.
Okay. And then Richard saying the fight's going to be 20 seconds long. I agree with everything. He's only done well against him. That's
Wiss,
right. Exactly.
Take care of yourself, boss.
Take care, Wiss. Yeah,
really good calls on some of those smaller names here this week, Wiss.
Right, Ja, exactly. He's fought retired UFC fighters. Exactly. That's the point I was trying to make. So he hasn't. He's got something to him, but that's why I'm saying it's not a whole lot because he's never really stood up against a real boxer fighting in their prime, trained as a boxer, not retired. This might be a wake-up call for him, and it will ring his bell.
I'm just hoping it's fun. Gorv here. Gorv ripping now. This is a post halt. I wonder if this is going to halt again here on Gorv. 140 looks to be the high spot here so far. Ripping.
Also, Rocket Lab has just kind of been straight up all day. It's had a few pulls, but for the most part, this thing is just continuing to go. It got as low as 1680 intraday, and now we're up here putting in a high of 1811. Geo now touching $27. Looks like Lab D is knocking on the door of 7. You know, Sydney,
Sorry, 13. Stay focused here, mentioning that the uranium stocks traded up. We saw CCJ, thank Benzinga Pro in the scanner. I saw CCJ immediately appear on here. I said to myself, I know what that means. We actually traded this on the way up. So normally when you get some type of move like this, you'll often hear Charlie squawk it. That for me has been one of my bread and butter day trades here. At this for this move here, we didn't even need it. CCJ, we've already traded this one here on the way up. A lot of these are holding here. In fact, I wonder what LEU is doing. Okay, so LEU, this actually did pop and went red. Some of those smaller uranium names are actually doing pretty well too. Those are holding higher here. So yeah, these did blast up here. That was on that Russia headline, wasn't it? This was a moneymaker today. CCJ was a moneymaker today.
Yeah, and Sydney, you know, if they do talk rematch, that's an eye roll moment for me. There should be no rematch. This is so close to an exhibition.
It pretty much is one. I agree with you there, 13. I'm with you on that.
I don't want to hear a rematch out of them. And Brian Jones, I'm there with you, man. Like, there's too much money, and well, here's the thing: it's always kind of been a very controversial sport because you have judges that have literally determined outcomes for decades. So you take the judges out and just say, no, one of you has to be the last man standing. That's going to hurt boxers, but at the same time, it'll make the sport more fair because those judges, that's the big corruption in boxing.
Stay focused. To answer your question, yes, I think it can. So far, I think some of these smaller names are, oops, sorry about that. I think some of these smaller names are more likely to hold on to it. The other thing is our 65 EMA is really kind of converging on that. So I think it can. I'm not saying that it will, but I think it can here. I'd also watch CCJ. As long as that continues to remain strong, I think it bodes well for UEC. If this does hold the VWAP, you actually might have another kind of a scalp trade here. The volume's kind of dying off after we got that headline. We'll see, though.
Looks like Bloom is trying to push up again. Let's see if we end up getting that here.
Looks like Lunar here might be done for the day as we just lost VWAP. This is going to really have to reclaim this in short order or we're probably done, folks.
That looks like a triple top there on the intraday anyway. See what I'm talking about there? Is three.
Yeah, right up here. Absolutely. Yep. That was the 1170 area that we were talking about. Yep. Look at that. This is what we were waiting to crack earlier when it came back up here. Did it 3 times, could not move through it. Now it's trying to hold on to 11. Look out if this breaks. Hopefully you guys aren't in this one. Hopefully I know some people were day trading this. This move might be over. This breaks 11. Yeah. I think you're probably done here, guys.
Yeah, and this will be on deck to trade another day. This is not the end of Lunar, not by a long shot.
Yeah. No.
I really like the comment, Andrew Senior TV. We need a rematch contest with Buster Douglas. Here's the thing: don't tell that to Mike Tyson because he still maintains that the referee did not count correctly. And when you watch the video again, you can see his point. So very, very, very interesting. I do remember that the loss of Buster Douglas. That was big news back then. Mike Tyson lost to Buster Douglas. SPPL again for one last trade. Market Sniper's going yellow on that one. Careful. How did Sero end up? So couldn't recapture that VWAP. This thing may eventually roll over here. I don't know if there's going to be another pop around low 30 cent area, 32, something like that. But that would be the The intraday low is where I think if we lose that, we're going to start seeing it come down into the 20s. Root looks like it's going to break 85.60.
Okay. 13, we are going to move over to Anne Marie here in just a minute. You have any closing words for the group?
Enjoy the fight. And I'm glad you guys had such a wonderful week. I had a great week too. Let's wrap this up and have another great week next week, folks. And I'll see you then.
All right. That is it. Thank you for everything, 13. Really, really appreciate it. We will see you next week. And the departure of 13 leaves room for the one and only Anne Marie. Let's bring on Anne Marie. Anne Marie, how are you doing today? Happy Friday. I'm going to start with a question that I know you were not expecting. Are you excited for the fight tonight?
Well, it's all I've heard about in the last minute, actually the last several weeks about this coming up. And they really are pushing so much social media, and it's going to be interesting. I want Tyson to have a good showing.
Me too. The old school in me wants him to have a good showing.
I want him to have a good showing. And the last time he had a fight, he said, I disrespected the sport. And so this time, I really think he's training hard. And if you're 60 years old and you're in a ring, I'm glad they've shortened the time of the rounds. I'm glad they've tried to put boxes around it because we don't want to see him carted out on a stretcher. But youth wins every time. It wins with beauty. It wins with strength. It wins all over.
It wins with most professional athletes, as it turns out. Most of those sports are a young man's game. I'll say this though, Anne Marie. About a year and a half ago, he was attending the Benzinga cannabis conference that I was working. Got an opportunity to shake his hand and see him in person. I'm just going to say this. I've said it a number of times, and I'll leave it at this. Mike is still Mike. I understand he might be 60. It is still Mike Tyson, and he can lay the wallop. So we'll see. Okay. As far as some option trades here today, what do you got for us? Do you have any ideas? Do we want to grab some ideas here from the chat? What do we want to do here
Would
today?
love to have some ideas from the chat. I am very pleased that we've had the pullback that we've had because markets need to take a breath, right? They knew they need to take a breath. We had a great big run. If we give some of this back, it's okay. But this is really what I was expecting for a bit. So overall, very, very pleased with positioning. So let's just start talking about some stuff. Kava.
Yes.
Yeah. And so in the happy hour, I'm going to plug you here.
Let's go.
In the happy hour chat last week, 13 was doing a recap of the chatter everyone had. And they said something about valuation. And I thought to myself, that's really solid. It's run up like a house of fire. It ought to pull back. And so what we positioned was a short iron condor that gave us about $1.70. It's now worth 7 cents. And so was it a trade that you sort of had to hold your breath on because its expiry is today? Yes, it worked out great. And so a lot of times we just have to sort of think through what's happening from a big picture perspective to tell us what's going on. So what about a post-earnings trade? What do we think is going to happen? And so one of my favorite things to do is take a look at how charts behave after their earnings event, what they did during earnings and what they did after. And so notice this, for the last few times this chart has run in the direction of the overall trend, right? So this earnings, it had a fade, it pulled back to that support zone at 30, began running again. This earnings event broke out the week of earnings and had a shallow pullback and continued in the direction of trend. This one, we had no earnings event, but it pulled back on the regular. This one, everybody bought the dip. Here, they sold the valley, they bought the dip again. And so what do we think they're going to do? I think they're going to buy the dip. And so where might that be most advantageous and least risky? And so my thought is, if you're looking for something with directional force, that maybe it dips down before they buy it, you might be looking at something that tests 120 all the way down to 110. So let's look at the directional one first. And if we went to December and we said, all right, I think it goes from 120 to 110, 100, it's 78 cents. So it's pretty expensive, but that's also $10 wide, 78 cents there. Now you might go, well, maybe I could offset that with something that gives me further ability to create a credit. And my thought is this: I think these areas up here are the highs for a minute. And so we could easily look at the 160. Wow, that's not a lot for credit. To the 170, it gives us 55 cents. So not great, not great at all. But if you followed it on the side of and sell the 110 to the 105, again, not great, but it does give you that chance to move and collect some credit. Now, let's try the butterfly that does the 1 by 3 by 2, and let's see what we get in terms of motion. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, same price, really, about 73 cents, but zero risk except, what you purchased it for if it falls off a cliff. That is all we can look at. If you're looking at January, it really changes how much you can collect. It gives you the 140. That's in the 20% zone, which I like. I like that 20% zone. Mm-hmm. And so that gives us the credit for nothing happening versus something happening, moving all the way down. So you have those two options going after the position for more downside rotation. I suspect they're going to buy the dip, but if we choose to buy the dip, we'd need the short put spread that would say, hey, this dip is going to get bought, but it could be a dip. And so I would say wait for the test of these breakaway areas near 130 to 125, and then position yourself in that area between 130 and 125.
Okay. Really, just really quickly here. Does that candle not look like a blow off top? That to me looks like
absolutely. Absolutely,
okay.
Looks like a blow off top. It might even look like, if we went to the daily, it could look like, oh no, yeah, that is an absolute breakdown formation.
Yeah.
But these guys are owned by a lot of people, and everybody's hot on the Kava train. I mean, they are hot. So they're going to try to buy the dips first, but I think that they're going to throw in the towel right around that 120 to 115 area.
Kava, by the way, forward PE going into this morning, 277. Not cheap.
Absurd. So
Yeah.
I expect further downside. This savage fade tells us that people were running for the hills. Now we have the cool cats that are going to come in and go, yeah, but, and they'll see if it can hold. And then we'll see what we have for further upside.
Okay. All right. Really good stuff there on Kava. I didn't see any other tickers from the chat. Folks, if you have a stock that you'd like Anne-Marie to set up a trade on, let us know. Anne-Marie, did you have anything else on the docket prior to that? Domino's Pizza after Warren Buffett's filing?
Yeah. So my thought here again is that we had, look at this beautiful breakaway formation, right? It went here, broke out for 2 days, and then collapsed, now bouncing into a lower high. This thing's coming back to 420. 420 is my thought. I don't see it not arguing between 430 and 420. That's just my supposition. Now, yes, he took a big stake in the company, but he's in for the long haul. And so the question might be, what really is happening here? And I like to draw those boxes that give us range-based formations. A little bit up over the top.
Yeah, look at that.
But right there, and fades the area. So my thought is down to the bottom of the box, which it did. A few days later, bounced a lower high and then absolutely collapsed. Here's a tip about reading charts. When you see candlestick formations that have shadows that are very small, it tells you no buying opportunities are there. None. And so they are literally selling off this range. So if you're looking for, all right, well, let's see how it goes. What we can do, a couple of things. December's only 35 days away, December 20th. So we might look into January if we're staring down volatility spaces and say, hey, can we collect premium? So we've got 460 to 470, and then the baseline of this 418. So I'm going to say 420 to 410. Wow. Okay, so that's a lot of credit. It might be telling me that my numbers are a little bit too close. So if we did 410 to 400 and 470 to 480, that's close to half. And so it gives us a pretty good vol. I like those. I do. I like those trades. If you're saying to yourself, hey, I don't want to hold something for 60-something days, come on. If you go to December, it's still giving you half the range.
I was going to say, still pretty good credit there.
Yeah, huge credit. Huge credit. I like the one at 350 a little better, but the deltas are almost the same. So statistically, it's telling you that you have just as good a shot at collecting 50% of this as you do of this. So delta-wise, I might go, yeah, I think I'm going to go with that opportunity right there, that where I collect more credit and then, I have something to look at afterwards.
Okay. Awesome. Really, really quick question here, Anne-Marie. Tom is asking, does Anne-Marie still stand by her Nvidia butterflies?
All right, let's go to those. I have a lot of positions on in Nvidia.
I bet.
Yeah, the string of them. Which butterflies are we talking? So very interestingly, the butterfly that expires today still has a debit of 128. And this one was only, I don't know, 87 cents. So that one's certainly worth closing right now because of the collapse in price. It's shifting those deltas all the way around. So this thing's still got, about 100% return on it. So I'd say if you have that one, close it. The put butterfly is totally worthless, right? Put butterfly is totally worthless. The iron condor that we had, full credit. This is one of my positions down here. And I'm trying to remember what other butterflies.
He gave it to us. He said it was the 170, 180, 190 on the call side and 100, 110, 120 on the put side, which I didn't see in the list.
Expiration?
Yeah, what expiration there, Tom? I think that was probably going to be the November one because it was the December, right? Because we were trying to capture the earnings, which happened next week.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was a weekly because I don't remember. Tom, let us know when the expiry was on that.
Yeah, if you're trading earnings, not a bad idea. Not a bad idea because we're still holding on. But here's the thing about standing behind a call. It's either going to work or it isn't. And price action is going to tell you a story. So two things I am thinking. If you're really bullish on this chart, 170 is still a nice upward shot. I don't know who just came out and said, hey, we're buying blah, 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 many Nvidia chips. Somebody came out and said that. I don't remember who it was. It was this morning, some entity. For me, the move into the Dow is going to collapse the speed of price inside of this chart. So what traders are going to do is if it shoots higher, they're going to sell to cover. I don't think it brings in new buys. If it fades, it's going to bring in new buyers, but not if it breaks to the north. Just my opinion. I did not take those 170s because I do not have a bullish slant like that on Nvidia. My slant on Nvidia is much more muted over the long haul. Much more muted over the long haul.
The expiry on those was the December contract, by the way.
Yeah, so obviously it's the earnings play.
Yeah.
If you want to stand in there in the heat, go for it. For me, I am looking towards, listen, I had this formation, the 152, 156 call spread, and I also had this butterfly here that has been absolute 132 to 138, and this thing was up near 150. And I said, you know what, fellas, I'm not selling this. I'm not covering it because we are going to have ourselves a fade. And so this is fade time, expiring today. I'm happy it's not 25 cents.
Yeah,
frankly.
I bet.
So I'm definitely selling it. I'm taking my money and running out the side door.
Yeah, and the entry on that one was what, like 75, you were saying?
Yes.
Yeah, so you still did really well on that.
Yeah. So yeah, absolutely. Almost 100%, maybe 80% or so.
Okay.
And so that, for me, is what I'm looking at, something really muted. Look at this. I've got almost 100 of these sitting because of the split. The 110, 130, 150, I bought them at like $1.40. Price has just rocketed up,
Yep.
pulled way back down, and I'm still up, 35%. I'm going to sit tight. I am. I'm going to sit tight, and if it bites me in the you-know-what, I'll triage it, figure out what to do. But luckily, it's so far away that I've got time on my side,
Yeah.
which is fantastic.
Okay, awesome. Really quickly here, Rich was asking, is Paul Meeks going to be on? Paul Meeks is next week. We had to reschedule that due to a scheduling conflict, so not happening here today. We're going to have Option Sandy after Anne Marie here, and that'll do it for today. So sorry about that, Rich. Join us next week for Mr. Meeks. Okay, Anne Marie, do you have another one that you want to go over?
Okay, the XBI, that got quite a bit of movement, and I don't normally do ETFs. So what we want to do is check the chains, but this is very obviously a move by the stance of the incoming administration in terms of how pharma gets to advertise.
Mhm.
Okay, so full disclosure, I am super happy about that.
Me too.
I think we are a country that's just way too used to pill popping. And
Totally
so
agree.
I think this is fantastic. Us, New Zealand, Australia, I think those are the only countries
There's
that
only two. It's us in New Zealand.
yeah. And
Yep.
so it's preposterous. That being said, there are a lot of other things that are going on in here. Look at this range. It's almost right there on the bottom. So the big question is, does this continue to the south based on what we think is going to happen here? And could it come all the way back to 82 and fall out of favor? Maybe. Maybe it's a reflexive bounce where the buyers say, yeah, fine, but as long as I don't break 92, I'm still going to stay in the trade. So you have to think about, well, what do I think about this? What do I think the charts are telling me? And in the end, how long do I want to hold this trade for? So I'm of the mind, if the powers that be allow better things to happen, we're going to fade. And so that fade should bring us to this 82, and it could bring us to 73, but it's going to need time. And so I'm going to go down to March. February is right after all of the biomedical conferences and such. And I'm going to look at how they've already moved in here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So we've got 80 to 75. It's probably going to be a little expensive. So let's try a 1x3x2. I think I did 85 to 75 to, that'll be $1. $1,000 of upside, $1 of exposure. You have time, so price action could rocket all over the place, and you would still be able to watch this move in a nice way. All right. My thought is, if things go okay, this should collapse into that 75 area and give us plenty of profit.
Okay. Awesome. Stay focused here. You were asking, do you go out to Jan on XBI? No, it looks like March was the expiry that you just had there, right, Henry?
It's
so
March.
Giving us a little bit more time on that.
We want to get him, we want to get everybody sitting in their cabinet posts and moving forward. And that's going to need time. It's going to need time. On top of that, forward pricing is going to get squeezed in 2025 because a number of things. but we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Okay. So
Okay.
that's it for that one. Let's see who else. Listen, folks, if you don't spend time in that happy hour space on the Benzinga Pro platform, you are missing out big. You're missing out really, really big.
I appreciate you shouting that out. That group does a lot of really good work.
All right, last one. Couple of minutes. Here we have
AMAT, Applied Materials.
yes, old resistance, new support on a weekly chart. They just had earnings, right? Yes, just had earnings yesterday, fading here. So the question is, when a chart fades on this space, where are they likely to come in if they break this zone, right? And so I'm going to do a drawing here. 150, big fat round number. I like that area. 150 to 130 potentially is where this chart could pull in. You might go, Anne Marie, well, you got to be so negative about everything. Here's my thought. My thought is the following. This is a trend line. It broke. It recovered with a lower high. It broke again, recovered with a test of that high, and then broke lower. That's not bullish price action.
Nope.
That's price action that's telling us we are very likely to come into support areas. And that zone looks like really 150 all the way to 130. So let's, again, give it a little time. We haven't traded this in a hot minute, so let me erase those. Okay, and let's do the same thing. Let's say it comes in, I don't know if this will fill, so we'll see. Let's say it goes from 150 to 140 to 130, 86 cents. Let's see how, I think that's a really big fat round number. Let's see how a 1 by 3 by 2 does. 3 by 2, 70 cents. So I kind of like that second butterfly. No risk, requires no margin. Both of them don't. The first one's cheaper. Excuse me, the second one's cheaper, and it gives us the downside targets. If you're like, oh, all right, Scrooge McDuck, what do you got on the flip side? If you're looking for a bounce off of this area, I would say sell a put spread to be safe. And maybe you try January or February, and I'd sell the one, ooh, they got the 160s here. I'd sell the 160, 155s. That gives you plenty of credit. That's more than 20%. And you just let it leak down. So that's my thought on Applied Materials, but I do like it.
Okay, it does look like the volume in some of these options
Yes,
is
shallow. You have
right
to
there,
leave them. Yeah, you have to leave them in the queue and choose good till cancel.
Okay. All right, really good stuff there on Applied Materials. We still have a couple of minutes, so if you wouldn't mind, can you punch in coin 13? I appreciate you. We've been
Yes.
taking a frequent looks at Bitcoin. Excuse me, easy for me to say. We've taken frequent looks at Bitcoin here. It's had a huge move since the election. I can make a case, frankly, for a pullback and for a move higher, especially given the strength that we're seeing in Bitcoin. Bitcoin intraday here is actually back above 90K. So you see anything here on the coin chart for maybe one of these trades?
So when it breaks a channel like this, the breakout and pullback to support is usually a buy zone. And this is value area high at around 250. So, maybe you sell the 235 put spread. I think Bitcoin is in a little bit of a topping space. We did talk about this last time we were together. I said, hey, listen, I hear you. It looks great, but we're at the top of the range. And so we should pull back. And so since our time together, it has not broken the 50% range. That's about 85. But if it heads to the north, easily we're looking at 112, right? Wow. If it heads to the north. So my thought is this enthusiasm is going to lend itself to a little bit of, let me think about this. And so I believe coin is in a pullback formation just like that. And so if I were thinking about going long, I would give it time to recover. So if you say, hey, I think this thing is going to go back to 320, or I think it's going to go back to 350, and maybe it'll even go to 400, you could just look at it and go, all right, well, let me give it some time. Let me give it all of February. Let me give it, isn't there a crypto thing in February? I think it is. But, you can always look at that 35,000 at 320. What? Okay, so if you did 320, let me move this up, see if you can see it. Oh, you got a lot of
trades on here
position.
too.
Yeah. If we go 320 to 350, this one's going to be a little more expensive. I did too many of them. Silly goose. All right. If I did 320 to 350, because we know it can move like a.
Yep. And then 380.
Yes. 275. Now, that 275 gives you $3,000 of upside exposure, right? And so that is $200 to make 3,000. Could be pretty nice.
Okay. A little bit more expensive, but pretty good risk to reward, it looks like. So not bad.
And
this chart
if you, if you moved it to March, see how it gets cheaper?
Yeah. Yep.
So you could give it time is going to be your friend. Wow, that's probably a big earnings event right around there. So March, pretty good, just see how it goes.
All right. Really good stuff. We crammed a lot in there. Way to go, Anne-Marie. A lot of really good stuff. There's Zunaid. Look at that.
Hello.
Timing.
Hi. How are you?
Hello. How are you?
I am doing well. I'm excited for, we've been running up so much in terms of like this whole bull after the election that I'm like, can I get a little bit of pullback? Can I go short a little bit? Because, people get scared when things go short and they sell and then we rapidly decline and I get to make money. So that's been a good day. Can't complain.
Okay. What awesome. You got Sandy coming up here?
We sure do. Anne-Marie, thank you so much. We will see you on Tuesday.
Absolutely. Take care, everybody.
Take care.
All right. See you, Ryan.
Take care, Zunaid. Have a good weekend.
You too, my man. All right, y'all, we are going to go ahead and continue with the options action. You just heard the ideas from Anne-Marie, and we will now go ahead and bring on Sandra. Sandra, how's it going?
It's going great. How about you?
I'm doing well. The markets have been moving in a lot of directions. Obviously, after the election, they continue to kind of make its way up. And now you're kind of getting a bit of a pullback. So volatility is a trader's best friend. Of course, you know that. Our viewers know that. But tell me a couple of tickers that we're going to be concentrating on as we get things started.
Oh, we're going to see some option flow in GME, APP, and FSLR.
All right, you got it. This is Options Trading Made Simple with Sandy.
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fit-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
Good morning, Benzinga. Let's talk some trading. All right, let's talk about volatility. So VIX is actually, though it's rising right now, it's actually, pretty tame, I think. And so being in the 15s, I think is actually not too bad for the type of move that we had overnight. And so let's take a look at that move. We have been in a bullish trend here for quite a while. And after the election, we just been kind of going sideways. And now what a big drop. So finally was starting to see this kind of wane and this little gap down here, not looking too good. But look where we're at right now on a daily on SPY. We're actually right there at the 20. Anything under, I think, 586. And we could see some new levels going lower, right? And you can see this consolidation. I have some consolidation bands here just to show you a range from previous trading. So if we break this level right here at about 586 and go underneath that 585.88, we're going to come down and then check out 574. So we could get actually some good moves. And as options traders, we don't mind if, we don't really care if the market is bullish or bearish, right? Because we can take advantage of both sides. So let's take a look at the QQQs. It's very interesting that the VIX is actually this low for such a big move down. Wow, look at the Qs, down 10 points. Huge, actually breaking through that daily 20 there. Looks like we're going to the next level. Now, typically speaking, when we are at it could be any support. We could be at resistance. It's always a fake out zone. However, on a daily, you could see that we're just breaking through momentum on the zero side. We could be heading down to retest where? Well, 483. That is a lot of room, guys, a lot of room. So let's take a look at IWM. Nice, I want to say staircase, right? But when we go down, I mean, it's significant. You actually see the selling so much quicker on the downside than you actually see us going on the upside. Oftentimes, we're like, okay, staircase up, elevator down. So here you could see that right now the market is still kind of selling off here. We're actually testing the 20 here. I like the 20 as a reversion to the mean trade. And here we are, and you can see the last pivot high was at the same level. That's that green dotted line there. 228.78. I have a lot of confluence right here at this area. So this could hold as support here for IWM. However, if it breaks, where are we going to? We're going to come and down to this vertical trend line here. You could see us right now being challenged with momentum. Momentum drives price. So if we break below that zero line, standby to standby, as I used to say. So so that's what we're looking for IWM. This was actually a very controlled, right? This looks like very controlled pullback here. And then we have DIA. Let's take a look at DIA. Got a little bit of a gap here. You can see that we broke that major vertical trend line. And this is a pretty big area. So this is our first area of concern as far as a decision maker. That's at 433.22. Come down to the 20. And if that doesn't hold, we could come right back down to 420. So we have actually a lot of room here on DIA. Down only 3 points. You can see that IWM, DIA down a couple points. Don't get me wrong, 3 points is a lot. However, when you talk about SPY down 7 or the Qs down 10, wow, that's a nice big pullback. Could get you a little nervous. That's why I'm surprised that this isn't a little higher. Let's take a look at some option flow that has been coming through the channels. One of them is GME, surprisingly enough. Now, I typically do not trade this, but I saw so much option flow coming in. I was like, what's going on with GME? So something to take a look at. Nice pump on GME. You can see on a weekly chart, looks like I had this level here identified. Let me see if I can, no. Excuse me for just a second while I get that here. can remove that. Looks like I was actually looking at this more seriously. In any event, you can see that on GME, I have here already identified. I wonder if this was before and now this pivot high is up here, but 2492 being the level that needed to break and hold. That's what we did here. And then you can actually see a lot of big wicks here on the daily. Very interesting. The bulls taking all the way up to make a new high and then coming back down. Here you have the bears actually wanting to come down and the bulls actually pulling it back up here. So big fight over on GME today for GameStop, but it actually still looks good. I can see us possibly pulling back to retest some of these other levels like this last pivot high before we get some more energy to go back up. Usually when you see a lot of institutional flow coming in, especially like unusual whale activity and stuff, there's this building, right? You know, they're building their positions out. They can't just take all their positions in one day. But when you start to see that ticker over and over and over with these big orders, then you're saying, oh, they're building a position in here. So looking to see keep this on your list. If there's a nice little pullback for GME, it might be a nice area to get back into. Let's see, who else do we have? App, one of our traders a couple days ago was talking about this stock, and look at this gap up here. And really just a nice formation, flagpole formation for the flag, looking for another high. A lot of institutional flow going into app. And we could see it during this consolidation period. Let me just show you this. And look at how it kind of just staircased up, and then boom. So sometimes you don't know when that boom is going to hit, but after that consolidation, there's one of two things that are going to happen. It's either accumulation or distribution. And here, this is really just having a nice run right here. I like this consolidation, looking for another move. So either this continues to go higher or we get a breakdown. So liking this for institutional flow, and then FSLR. This is just now today getting the institutional flow. And as I look at this on a daily chart, I'm actually seeing that we're just cresting above that zero line of momentum. And it's very important to note that typically the institutions are creating their positioning, you know, when the stock is lower. And you can see that, you know, the stock, you could see the 20 EMA has been heading down, right? If price is below that 20 on any chart, it's a really easy identifier. If price is below 20 on any given chart, it is bearish. And now all of a sudden, and if we take a look back, you can see that we've been underneath that 20 and heading lower, come up and test the 20, lower. Then over here, it almost looked like a trend change. We had positive momentum and we broke above, but it was a fake out, right back down. And now we're here. So really wanting to see a confirming candle above that 202.15, you could automate this. Anything above this level right here, I would make it something like 202.25 just to avoid any wicks. We could actually see FSLR start to make improvements here. If we do not, right, you could see where the low is right here. If we break down below that 174, ooh, going lower. So there's your two levels that you can automate and just wait for it to happen. Because as the energy is either building or dissipating, right? If you're in a position where you don't care if it goes bullish and you don't care if it goes bearish, but you have your lines in the sand, then you're just prepared for whatever happens. That's what I like to really focus on. I don't really like to have a bias because at any given time period, that bias can change, just like it did for the Qs today, right? So those are a couple stops I'm looking at. I'm trying to remember, what was the stock that we got into last time? I can't even remember. I'm wondering if it was Tesla. Tesla was consolidating for a long period of time. We weren't here together last week. I actually think it was Tesla, and we may have lost on this position. Always nice to give yourself, hey, look, if this invalidates, or if we're front running this and this doesn't happen, I can get it out sooner than your typical, hey, look, I'm in it, let's say for a 35% on calls or puts, 35% loss as an example, or on debit spreads, a 50% loss. However, if you start seeing what you thought was going to happen and it invalidates, you can just get rid of the position and save your capital for the next position. There's, analysis paralysis on when to get out. It's not even worth it. You might as well just go ahead and decide, hey, look, these are my 2 levels. That's why I really like just looking at a chart and then programming my 2 levels in. What else do we have on the docket today? Let's look at some popular ones like Nvidia. So Nvidia here also down $4, not too bad actually. When you got the Qs down 10, this is not too bad, but it is still a nice little pullback. You could see that we consolidated, we broke down, we tested the 20, we come back up, we break the previous consolidation, and we make basically a higher high here. And when we do that, what do we do at this fake out zone? Just go sideways and consolidate. Could it break through? No, timing was just bad. So now we're coming down to do another retest of the 20. If we break below that 20, just trying to make it simple for you guys, if we break below that 141 as an example, we could head lower down to, and look at the consolidation bands right on top of the last previous pivot high. I love it when you have those confluences, right? Just little pieces of evidence that help you say, oh yeah, that definitely is a zone that I should be paying attention to. So right here, it looks like we could either get a bounce right here. Oh, and we also have our earnings coming up as well on November 20th. Nvidia looking interesting. Right now, the market really taking a nice pullback. Remember that, the market just can't go up in a straight line. I don't think anybody was really expecting this. Wow. 11 points today. Was anybody expecting that? I'm just curious because I was not. You could tell that we were, basically consolidating here at our high. We kept kind of getting near it, touching it, and then boom, started to go down. But did anybody think that we were going to go down this much? Usually when you break through these important levels, you can really start to see momentum, right? Momentum carry through. And right now we're just on a daily on the Qs. We're just now pushing through momentum on the downside, breaking that 0 line. This could actually go quite lower. This is a very conceivable, this 483 level. Are we going to get there in a straight line? Probably not. But if you can take a look at this and recognize that we're on a pullback, and within a pullback, there's these ebbs and flows, right? Then you can then create a game plan and say, look, I want to maybe take a different type of trade vehicle instead of a straight put. As an example, you could take a put debit spread. So something to that would really make sense. And I'm really liking this put debit spread action for the Qs here. What other option flow did I see? Let me just take a look. Oh, we looked at Tesla. We looked at Nvidia. Let's take a look at AMD really quick. AMD. Slight pullback. Looks constructive, though. It doesn't look jaw-dropping, right? So where could we come and visit? Now that we broke through our consolidation band right here at 139.51, we could actually come right over here and test this is, by the way, pivot high and pivot low for the time frame. So it really gives you this nice, where's resistance, where's support. So we had support here, clearly. It broke it. So now we could come down and take a look at 122.19. You could see the momentum driving past the 100 line. We actually could not only go over to the 121.67. This will be on my decision point, actually. What's going to happen next after we get here? So we could do either a position on the Qs or something like AMD, say, hey, we want to get to this level. And I think that's what we might do. The other thing I wanted to take a look at really quick, if we take a look at Market Watch as an example, you could see Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple. This really gives you a visual, wow. Look at the only thing that's here is Palantir. Interesting on that. Financial is doing okay today. Even healthcare. That's interesting. Utilities. Okay, so utility is a little bit defensive. You got materials, energy. Wow, energy also. Everything across the board outside of financials, right, guys? Interesting. So if you were, as an example, you could take a look at well, I actually am a trend trader. I just like to go with the trend. I actually believe that, when we are this bearish, especially on the MAGA 7, we have all these large institutions that are doing a pullback like this, right? Because this is not for retail traders. This is about institutions moving money. Is it moving it into other sectors, or is it really just a sell-off and taking profits right now? Because we had a huge run-up. And so typically speaking, when that ends up happening, you're going to have institutions take some of the money off the table, especially if they're looking at like current events and seeing what might be happening down the line, right? So we had this pre-election kind of a pump. We had the post-election pump, and now we're having a pullback. We could actually see, more of like a 5-10% pullback. That would be typical for us, even though, we've kind of been living in this bull market for quite a while. So every time we get a pullback, it seems like a shock, but really it's expected and actually needs to happen to get the energy to come back into the market. So right now we have a lot of talks on tariffs and stuff like that. That could be spooking some of the institutions that do, a lot of trade, as an example. Remember that all the companies in the United States, we do business outside in Europe as well as in China and some other countries. So this could be a period where we're going to just be taking some profits and then kind of waiting and seeing how this turns out, right? So, what's bluster and what actually ends up happening. So right now, I think I'm going to, I don't know if I like AMD, Nvidia. Let's see here. I like AMD more on a short, and then and the reason is, let me tell you why. So the reason is that Nvidia, right, one of our strongest in the technology sector, coming back to retest this 20. Now, because it's already done it, I feel like one of two things could happen, right? It either is going to take a bounce or it's going to break through and we're going to go down to lower levels. But if you look at AMD as an example, you could see that AMD came down. It already retested the 20. It's coming down. Could it take a little bounce next week? Absolutely, it could. But it's got a lot of momentum on the downside, and I really feel like this might be a target. I don't know if this is going to be a target for next week, but I would take it for 2 weeks out. So let's take a look at that. Let's look at AMD 2 weeks out, just to give us some time. So now, if we go over here to the single, you can see that we could go to the vertical here, and we could do it easy. This is very inexpensive. You can, for $45, what could we possibly make? For each contract, we can make about even. So you put in $45 per contract. You're giving this basically a 2-week outlook to see if we could go lower to hit that pivot low. And we could roughly make about $55 for each contract. So I really like this trade. And I think I'm going to go with that right now. And what else could we look at? Are we oversold right now in the Qs? Let's take a look at that really quick. Gosh. Just looking at the day chart, right? Did you see my reaction? Just looking at the day chart and identifying that we're just now breaking the zero line. I'm like, wow, no, we're not oversold here. We could go lower. We could go much lower. It's typically when you see the CCI or like your momentum indicator kind of at the lower levels. That's when you kind of know that you're overbought, oversold type of a thing. So you can see that even if we look at RSI right now, RSI is at 49 on a day chart. So we still have a lot more room to go. And if you guys don't know about the RSI, that too is a momentum indicator, just identifying, hey, look, above 70, boy, we've revved up the engine above 70, and it's probably time for a pullback. Does it mean it's going to happen right then and there? No. But if you can get yourself a trade vehicle like the vertical spread that we just did, it gives you a couple weeks for the trade to actually work out, because you recognize that there's going to be this downward flow and then up and then sideways and then down, etc. So the Qs has more room to run on the downside. Here we could get a little bit of probably a bounce now that we've, since we look at this as a bell curve, so to speak. You could see how price generally doesn't get away. And this is on a day chart, so we're looking off into the distance here. You could see that price doesn't get away from that 20 very often. And when it does, it pulls back and it touches it, breaks below it, comes back to it. And so it acts as a bell curve. So that's why oftentimes when you have these pullbacks, you need to be prepared for them. And oftentimes these trade vehicles that you're using, whether it be a straight call or a put, you really need a lot of momentum behind you. But when you start to see momentum start shifting, right? Even though it's still positive and it's on the upper end of momentum, you really are starting to look at the momentum indicator as a directional. And if that's going down, you want to basically identify, hey, this could go down farther. How far? You know what? This could go down farther until this starts to actually, let me show you an example here. You could see that we broke the 20 here and then immediately had a bounce, came back. And these are like very strong moves for SPY, very strong upward direction moves. I'm looking for something that's more like this, where momentum comes down, kind of stabilizes, and you can see up here how it stabilizes. And what do? We go sideways for a period of time. And when we go sideways for a period of time, one to two things can happen: accumulation or distribution. We're either going to break out or we're going to break down. Here we broke down. This was just a great week right here if you were long. And what do? After we have this great move, we go sideways for a little bit, and now we're coming down. I still think we have more room to run, but it could be sharp, and we could see a bounce here now that we've already met the 20 here at 586.03. We're right there, actually. We could get a little afternoon turnaround. Anybody notice that this entire week we've had kind of like we open up with a gap, kind of do absolutely nothing in the morning, and then in the afternoon we get a pump? That could happen today as well, to maybe recover some of this. Let me see the other items I wanted to take a look at. We used to call this the canary in the coal mine, IWM for the economy. I think right now we have a lot of service sector service sector stocks in DIA. IWM and DIA actually holding up relatively well from this pullback. I'd be looking at, if you were to see some recovery, possibly this coming down to do a check here at the 20, maybe 431. I think we might get a little bounce here. We could see all of a sudden, as we are starting to see like a little bit of some cracks in technology, I think we might get to see some money moving actually in different sectors like IWM and DIA. Remember, we got Christmas right around the corner. We usually get a little Christmas rally. Where does that rally come from? It comes from these types of stocks that are in the basket of DIA and IWM. So I hope that information was helpful to you. Let's take a look at where we are now. Any questions, guys? You guys have any charts? Last couple minutes. Any charts you want me to take a look at? Yeah, 5724. I hear you, Walter. Yeah, the daily NQ looking terrible, no doubt. Yeah, let's take a look at that. I mean, if we're looking at the Qs, so what we would have wanted to see the NQ do here is, hold on to their last pivot high, because that's really nice support. Instead, just gapping down and breaking through the 20 here. So, and we're just now starting to go down. We can come all the way down here, guys. So anyway, yeah, the Q is a big surprise today. I think I was out of all the indices, and it is just breaking through. That's one of my alerts. Let me take a look at that really quick. Oh, we're SPX is crossing 5870. That's really a macro support here on SPX. That's what I was taking a look at. Let me just get back here, go to SPX. Let's see if that level acts as a fake out and holds. You can see where our resistance was, or excuse me, our support was that we just broke through, which means that we could go lower today. And you see how momentum is like it's coming up and then it's kind of curving down. This is on a 15-minute chart, really good for short swings as well as an hour. Let's take a look at an hourly here. We could come all the way down to 58.51 is our next level. Looks like we have a gap here. You know, we've had some gaps that we've filled, right? So we've filled this gap. I'm looking here. We're right now we're toying with filling this gap, 58.65. If we break below 58.65 for all you gap and go traders, this could be interesting. So the 58.65, you got our last pivot high prior to this was 58.51, and then where? Oh, that'll be a lovely one, 58.71. For all you gap traders, we're starting to fill those gaps that we created on the way up. We're starting to fill the gaps on the way down. That could give you a roadmap of, hey, where are we going to next? And what could a strategy be? I love playing gaps. So I'm feeling pretty good about the trade that we did. And let's see what else we got. There's Zunade.
Hello, hello, hello. Do you ever trade ORBs as much? Like what is it? Opening range block?
Opening range breakout.
There you go. Thank you. Not block.
You know, yeah, I think, you know, for day trading as an example, you know, a lot of new traders want to do the 5-minute orb. I think most, you know, experienced traders would prefer on a day chart, excuse me, on a if you were day trading a 15-minute. So that 15-minute opening range breakout. You could also look at volume, by the way. If you look at volume and you see, you know, within that period of time, you know, what was the major volume catcher in either of those bars, you could take that one and use that as, okay, that bar, you know, the high of that bar, the high of that, the low of that bar is the point of control for a certain period of time. I like doing that as well and teaching that. I think it just helps you get some, I guess, you know, you're getting little pieces of evidence that could help you kind of make a decision whether you want to get in or out or just stay out of the market. What do you like to use? Do you typically use an opening range breakout, and what time period?
Not usually, but if I were to, I would look at like the 15 minute, just to kind of, that gives me a good idea of like, all right, here's where we are for the past 15 minutes, and then kind of play off of that. But I was like, but yeah, just also the, you know, previous day high, low, it's kind of another one that mainly I go ahead and use.
Yeah, I like that one too. Yeah, I know so many ways to trade. I mean, it's so subjective, right? So it just depends on, you know, the trader, what they're learning, how they learned it, and, you know, if it's working for them. I always say, don't change anything if it's working for you.
Yeah.
You got any bets going on this weekend?
Well, you've got the Tyson and Jake Paul fight. I'm leaning towards Jake. I think, you know, Tyson's a bit older. I know he had some medical situation the last time this fight was supposed to happen, and we had to reschedule it. So I think I'm going to have my money on Jake Paul. I think he's like a minus 225, give or take. So I think that's what it's going to be tonight.
All right. Well, we got that tip. I apprate it.
Yeah. Well, now, you know, good tip, bad tip. We'll find out tomorrow morning. Don't tell me anything. We won't do a trade. We won't do a bet recap next Friday.
No bet recap. That would be fun.
Yeah, I know. All right. Well, I appreciate your time, Sandy. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you got a chance, but tell the folks where they can find you.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, guys. Tradingmadesimple.org.
All right. You got it, y'all. There is the website in the chat. Check Sandra out. She's also on Twitter/X. Sandra, thank you so much for your time here today.
Thank you. Have a great day.
All right, you too. All right, chat. We hope you enjoyed the content here today. Shout out to Ryan for stepping in with our new show all the way that starts in the morning at 8 o'clock. And he's got to wake up a little bit earlier to make that happen as he's out in Chicago. So big props to him and our whole video squad for making things happen. And we appreciate you for joining us for all the content. We've got a lot more. Make sure you stay tuned to our YouTube channels. A lot of market breakdowns and a lot of different actions. Of course, if you want earnings to be streamed, we also have those and provide some analysis. I know AT is working on some things for our Nvidia stream, so that'll be some fun stuff there. But we appreciate you guys. Happy trading for the rest of the day. Enjoy the weekend. And if you're watching the fight, should be a good one. We'll see you guys next time.